That looks like. Wait, I went there for it to update. There we go. The bird is on the screen.
That's how everyone knows the weekend has started. It isn't until the bird has appeared that the weekend has officially begun.
You have to be absolutely sure. Yeah. Now, I want to be better about moving the camera. I got some comments last time and noticed sometimes that I sort of forget about it with everything else I'm doing. Yeah. So now Stream knows that that's something I want. So the battle might move slightly and then half of it is out of frame, something like that.
Management is aware of these problems.
An internal investigation has been launched.
The people responsible have been sacked. Manikai now has an intern managing Manikai.
The little scapegoat. Yeah.
Mannequin.
It works. Oh.
I still get tickled that Discord will provide a friendly reminder like, hey bud, you're muted. And I'm like, hey bud, I know. Thanks. Like, you're making noise in front of a microphone. And you should probably share that with others. Like, no, that's why I'm muted.
Yeah. It doesn't often happen that I hit that button accidentally.
It's like they don't need to hear the satanic rituals. Thanks.
Yeah. So it does happen that I am speaking and muted, but then I'm usually not looking at Discord. I wouldn't see the notification anymore. Maybe it's actually my fault. I think I turned off every single notification there.
That's a staggering amount of awareness. Maybe it's my fault.
Maybe it's me.
What if I'm the problem?
No, it is. I have turned off everything. I mean, I'm not going to change. All right, let's just do this. Now we've been talking, chat. Oh, you did it before. Let's see, sound quality is good. I am too quiet compared to Sheem Group. Well, I'll have to turn myself up, or the others down.
You could also just scream the entire night.
I think Tina would get very annoyed.
Maybe she can help you scream.
In the distance, continuously. There's a game for that. I don't think it's this one, but Alright, chat, how is this? I've turned the others down, so I suppose now you would turn the overall volume up or something, and then...
Manikai just starts playing, games that are going to get, angry and loud during this time. Social, diplomacy and, deception games, or ones where you're relying on other people. Keep talking and nobody explodes. To help us, try read instructions is just as simple as a bomb.
One screams in the background randomly. It's like when you randomly listen to some playlist on YouTube, it assembles by itself, a fantasy ambience thing.
Yeah.
And some devil has put in one of the tracks the sound of a Skype notification or something like that. And you instinctively go, what? Just checking down to see what that is. And it's nothing. Because
there's a few videos on YouTube that are just 10 hours of silence with occasional Discord notifications.
Naturally.
Just to put those in somewhere. Man. I wonder as a teacher, that's a missed opportunity. Doing online teaching, could have put that on, see what kids look down. Yeah. Then you know who isn't paying attention. I guess you know who is paying attention because they wouldn't Ah, beautiful. Well, it seems like sound is good. In which case, I suppose I should actually let people see the map that I've been part.
Let's not be hasty here.
No. So that all this is visible, people. The bird is branding, as it were, right? That's important these days. Branding, my personal brand, right?
Personal branding is about you're gonna need to have Tina like redraw the bird for you.
Redraw the bird.
Yeah, because it's not your
Yeah.
photo.
Yeah, I'll have to track one down somewhere. Some boring Danish bird. No. No, definitely. It's a word I've heard other people use. Well,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
when watching videos, other people have joked about it.
Your personal branding isn't even yours.
Yeah, yeah. How much do people take for commissions anyway? I actually don't know.
Impersonal branding.
I figure it's pretty expensive. I mean, I didn't need a lot of money. Well, actually,
It
that's not correct.
depends on the artist and what's being drawn, Manikai. How am I having to explain that to you?
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of work already. No.
Just Manikai is here rolling up to Reddit like out of the loop. What's our commissions? I'm like,
How to money on the internet.
I mean, a genius plan about that I was almost tempted to do a while ago was go on Fiverr, find someone who, for like $5, would look through a bunch of artists taking commissions and figures out the best one for me to pay.
Fucking- I don't know what to say to either of you.
It's a good plan, though, isn't it?
Well, you pay a guy to figure out who has the style and
Your brain operates on a level beyond mine. Like it can't the Galaxy Brain 300 IQ. It can't.
yeah.
I will never catch up.
See, I would need to find out what Fiverr is first. So, assume
Pay
that,
someone to find out for you.
is this like this is a scheme?
Yeah, but for commissions, the most annoying part is figuring out which artist is a good, suit for what you're looking for, and that's also research that I don't want to do.
Grimmeth has lots of artist friends. I'm sure he would recommend some. That's what I would do. And I'm sure he would do it for free too.
No.
Recommendations? No?
Oh, the recommendation, sure.
No.
Really monetizing things now, huh?
Uh,
I don't talk to my friends for free. I'm sorry.
well, I mean, recommendations, that's different. Like, I'm putting in a word for someone. What's in it for me?
Oh yeah. Well, that's how you know you're a big time influencer, It's when you can small time your other friends. Sorry, Manikai, but how many followers does this friendship really give me? On sorted social media.
See, you're relating this internet stuff. Like, this has happened off internet for centuries. They don't. Gotta expand your mind, Manikai.
Yeah. You know what? I gotta go to the park and feed pigeons. I think that's.
Apparently, we're reverby, Manikai. Sheep and I, reverb.
Okay.
Our voices are just that powerful.
I don't have an answer for that. I don't actually know what that means. I'll have to unmute the stream and listen.
Yeah, could someone just listen? Maybe it's like an echo again. Hope not. Sort of feeling done with those, but.
Huzzah, am I reverbing?
I think if Grimmeth lessons, you have to be the one to talk. So.
Oh, yeah, I get what they mean. There's extra bass. It's like there's a ripple in the sound waves that is left in the wake of my voice.
In the world.
Very dramatic.
What's that even mean? Oh boy. All right. Yeah, why can't it be simple? No.
Good news that you got rid of the echo, Wink.
Yes, well, I don't. So. Huh. Well, this might just be an echo too that's like not delayed, right? If that-
Sure.
Let's see here. Currently, you guys are being absorbed through my desktop audio, and I'm through my microphone.
However, this was not a problem that was pointed out in the first trial run of your microphone new headset last week.
No. Which means the difference here is I've lowered my desktop audio. So what I gotta do, I think, is turn that up again. Because maybe... here's my guess, right? If my desktop audio is low enough, then... No, okay, I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Well, whatever, let's just try this.
Yeah, I was hoping you could build an explanation bridge for me.
I don't know where to go with that. I'm just gonna turn you guys down. Desktop and turn headset up. It should have the same effect. If I do something like this. Alright, Sheep, what did you have for dinner?
Ordered McDonald's, which I continuously regret after doing every single time, but I still do.
So how is this chat? Is there reverberation?
Yeah, that sounded good.
Okay, good. Probably because there's some sort of bleed over from my sound input and sound output somehow. The same sort of problem I've been having before, I think. Maybe. Just less. But this works, and that's good. I can hear you fine, and if people can hear it fine, then that's good.
All right.
Volume levels are perfectly acceptable. Yeah, I guess we'll take acceptable.
I strive for mediocrity.
Yeah, that's how people know it's real.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's move on with the recap today. We have good time. We're only 2 players, so a lot can happen.
No rush.
Yeah, we don't want to push too hard on the time scale, basically.
I know you did it last week, Sheep. Do you want to detail last week's heartbreak, or you want me to do it?
I want you to do it.
Okay.
Nation.
All right, everyone. Welcome to session 111 of Dreads of the Dragon Coast. Aerie will be absent. Last session 110, started within the tomb of Kison Rathazar, an elder ancient topaz dragon that wanted to, before death, figure out the horrible dragon rage that swept over that fucking celestial body and put it into it. Founder of Westgate ultimately didn't work out. Speaking of not work out, are plumbing the depths of the tomb. Last session began in media res, with Valignith having broken open a door and entering a hallway, sort of like room, corridor, foyer type thing, even though it wasn't a foyer, with 4, like, huge golems constructed of dragon bones. Valignith got beat down. Despite what resources the Red Dragon had left after everything else we had done that day. Valignith got beat down. Nimusare, Leaderthir, and Versigatrix retreated with Valignith back just out of the tomb, and upon Valignith awakening, the 3 dragons decided to retreat away from the tomb, and following underwater passages and all of the water tumbling from the surface, made it back to Westgate. So yeah, that's still there, but frighteningly enough, still guarded by 3 out of 4 golems, so it's probably still well protected, even if anyone finds it. But it's still on the radar. Imizari Legithir had a vision involving the blue flame avatar of Nobanion. It, as I already knew by lore, but not in game, had already been bested by Malar. And if my character can best it, defeat it in combat, then Malar would permit Imizari Legithir to do whatever she wanted to the avatar, and Malar would also free her soul from hell. As a consequence, Nobanion is always aware of Imizari Legithir's location, and at the start of Nobanion's turn, Nobanion may teleport his speed towards Imizari Legithir. So the Green Dragon can never directly surprise Nobanion. Great. Versicatrix learned the secrets of recreating the giant runes. Evander Highcastle, the chosen of Umberlee, sought to speak with Versicatrix, and Versicatrix went up to Westgate to have a great conversation involving that. Versicatrix has ultimately agreed to be an agent of some kind for Umberlee, and has been blessed with a weapon, a powerful, mighty dagger that is also connected with Umberlee in some form or fashion. It remains to be seen how that develops. We three dragons visited the palace temple of Nathlek that had been left alone in Imizari Legithir's initial assault on Nathlan. We humiliated and dispatched the Sphinx Guardians protecting it. And there was a huge assortment of treasure neatly packed away, lion-themed art, collections of gemstones, gold and platinum stacked according to weight, silk and tapestries, ceremonial gear, all totaling up to 180,000 gold pieces. There was also a delightful glowing pendant that holds the memory of Nobanion and who he used to be. Something of hope that could potentially one day restore Nobanion. Imizari Legithir took that. The other two dragons split 180,000 gold pieces, and that was that. There was also, at the end of that session, some bleed into for stuff that's going to be happening at the start of this year. For example, Yinka has learned that 4 years from now, Thayan rebels will assault Thay. They're going to enact their sabotage and assault plan. Yinka is now working on researching the Topaz Dragon and the history of Westgate, which is how we learned that Kisan Rathizar created a focused effort to study the Dragon Rage and stop it, but something stopped the Topaz Dragon. And so whatever's in there could be involving the Dragon Rage, or perhaps a piece of the Comet. I also learned that there were survivors from Akanul who assaulted an iron pillar. They are the Order of the Cerulean Sign, gathering of psionics who have gathered together to resist the Far Realm's assaults. They probably have good sources of information about what's happening with the aberrations. There we go. Comprehensive enough recap. Fuck you if you didn't understand anything.
Yeah, that'll do. Alright, that leads us to goals. We currently have 5 goals, which means we have 1 free space. So currently we have integrate the Sleepers Council into the Mart, re-establish the giant ritual sites, and since those areas goals, we'll just leave them for now. We have remove Cormier from the Dragon Coast, assemble a force of psionic enemies of the Far Realm. We have learned the secrets of the Tomb of Kisan Rathizar. I believe it makes this Gurmith's primary.
It is. I got something that's going to be easy that I intend to take care of, and I do have a little bit of time to do it. Yinka needs a dragon for the rituals to turn her into a half dragon, and there wasn't a size requirement on that, and also doesn't have to kill the dragon. And so I'm going to. My goal is I'm going to be a bully to weaker dragons, and on my trip to Akadul and back, and if I'm not, then however long it takes, I'm going to find a suitable dragon for Yinka's ritual for herself.
All right, yeah. Find, I think we'll call that easy.
Yeah. I mean, I also intend to, upon finding it, also take it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, since there wasn't like a like I can easily like find like a medium dragon. Like I don't need to find like a fucking adult. Be rude.
all right, yeah, that'll work.
Epic tier dragon picking on like little newbies. Raid the starting area. Y'all got any dragons around here? I'll solve your problems.
What are they gonna do about it?
That's right.
Yeah, all right. Then we can pretty much just back it. Now we sort of sneaked in a little bit of winter time last time, and I think basically we will just continue from where we left off. That seems the most. As a year, this year is fairly windy, a lot of rain, a lot of water around. Not localized as the Fleet Bumblebee made it, but still a lot of water. Beyond that, the winter looks to be a cold one, which means that that food needs will be a bit more stringent than you know. Isn't really a big deal for the dragons; they'll be fine, but it sets the scene for how people are doing. Really, years a much bigger deal to people than to dragons. Yeah. So last time you heard of the Order of the Cerulean Sign in Acheneworld, which is quite far away. It certainly is further away than she's ever gone herself. I believe she flew very far south at one point.
Yeah, that was in the meeting with Gildenfire.
Where she flew down to this area, sort of just outside of our map, the northern bit of Erlgazar. Down here, the water, working to try to cure this patch of, and successfully doing it. Beyond that, you will get this news technically later in the year, because it takes some time for news to travel, right? But the news will be, and a couple of refugees will arrive, not that many really, far away, but that what's known as the Bloodstone lands, the lands sort of north of the Moonsea, have fallen to the Netherese influence. Not directly led by Netheril, not, but their governments essentially have become allies. The new Netherese empire. Thus, the shadow now reaches all the way the far forest near Luror and to the edge of Lake Ashane, through their influences in Narfell. It's becoming, I mean, at the moment, certainly the continent's sort of greatest empire. If not to speak of further out of the continent. Of course, these lands are generally poor and sort of thinly populated. But there's lots of orc tribes and ogres and giants and all sorts of nasty, monstrous creatures that, when brought in as an army and sort of from all these different regions, could really pose some serious problems to the world. There has been no expansion in the in the allies of anti-Netheril. Really, Luror continues to be in a quiet peace. Comir, of course, in this standstill alongside the other allies here at the Sea of Fallen Stars with Sembia. And though they have tried to talk others into joining them, Breskel and Chisenta are vehemently opposed to Achenual, and so will not do anything that Achenual is a part of. Similarly, Tymanthor, down even further south, is also not a friend of the others. Beyond that, you have the new rising up High Imaskar, trying to just be friends with everyone, who might have an interest, but they really are far away and don't have the navy capacity to really project their influence so far away. In the north, of course, you have Rashomon, north of Thay, now looking to both ends of their borders to protect themselves, while the druids of the Dunwood and the Forest of Lethier continue to just be resisting passively this expansion of the shadow. Still, if Narfell or Netheril does not have a great interest in Rashomon, there isn't much more for them to take or to expand into by going east. This means that perhaps once again we'll begin to look south and west. Certainly showing no interest in stalling. The next goal, believed by people basically, is that they will once and for all finish off the Elven kingdom of Cormenthor, a forest that has so far been resisting their influence even as their cities have fallen. Mithranor is a ruin felt like, and the elves managed to resist by not being found. So dark tidings from the north. How do the dragons feel about this? About this whole Shadowvar expansion in north? I mean, they've never been there, and maybe they have a vague understanding of what it is. Certainly, Emissary has been instrumental in making sure that Nathlan wasn't on this list of nations that recently would have been subjugated and brought into the sort of the dark fold. What is the thought?
It's far away. Green Dragon doesn't like it, but it's far away. Cormier's working on it. Where's she gonna go? Bring the druids across the Sea of Fallen Stars and beat up the Netheril? I think not.
As the famous D&D quote goes, I attack the darkness.
What about Malignant? Because he is fairly opposed to Cormier, I could say. And certainly so are the Netheril. But is there any concern of what might happen should Cormier fall? Or is that a price worth paying, or sort of a bridge that'll be crossed when you get there?
It's certainly a concern. So far, he is not necessarily a huge enemy to Cormier or a huge enemy to the Shadowvar. He is mostly opposed to them because they are encroaching on what he considers his. If Cormier decided to draw back to the north of the Dragon Coast, then it wouldn't even be unlikely that Velingnath might offer help against the Shadow, just as he is currently not opposed to the Shadow, but would be very much opposed if it were on the southern coast of the Dragon Coast. So it's mostly a question of vicinity, not necessarily of sworn enmity. I believe he even tried to communicate that during the meeting with between Cormier and the Dwarves of Thunderhome, where he basically said, "Hey, Cormier, if you fuck off, I might even consider helping you in your wars." But they were like, "No," or at least whatever they said was by Velingnath interpreted as a haughty no.
Yeah, they sadly for them, they're the good guys, and thus they can't abandon people to the rule of a red dragon.
Yeah, they don't believe in that whole moral flexibility thing.
I mean, nobody has ever really tried just agreeing to Velingnath. Because that would work out great for them. That's the best thing to do for everyone, but nobody tries it because they're all afraid.
Yeah. You know, the Shadowvar would say the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not wrong, is it?
Yes, it is wrong.
Not from my perspective.
and that's the moral flexibility. Yeah.
What is the truth if not something to be taken by force?
Careful.
The beyond this news, globally, is that and the Lord's Alliance have once more had political pushings back and forth with one another. They're not friends. Is generally too cutthroat for the cities of the Sword Coast to really be able to entirely approve of. Certainly also have an opinion of themselves that puts them somewhat above a measly alliance of city-states. I mean, that said, the Lord's Alliance have officially reached out to more city-states and more smaller groups such as Harpers, requesting aid in sponsoring various resistance efforts against the expansionist nature of the Netherese. They are thus opposed to Netherese expansion in the region and are taking steps to prevent it. I think these news would, I mean, they would, technically Erebor is a member of the, not technically, definitely. So the news would certainly be within range of the Dragon Code.
Hey, Lords of the Alliance, get off my lawn. Just get out of my Dragon Coast region, and I won't come after you.
Perhaps, maybe they would serve as a should Cormia disappear, it is likely that these smaller cities at the edge here near Erebor might just jump with Erebor and try to join the Lord's Alliance. Though given how far away they are from, say, Luruar in the north, there's not necessarily much the Lord's Alliance could really do about it should something happen to it. They are a very spread out alliance. They don't have as much reach as they could. Right, that'll be enough about the international politics of the year. In more close to home, of course, you've already got the news of Cerulean Sign, what they might have been up to. Find them. Well, in Achener, I suppose that's a kingdom. Beyond that, Velignith. Could you describe, like, how does Velignith's lair look? It's an earth moat, certainly. We know that it is aligned to fire and earth. It is a sort of half molten floating island with probably glowing veins of silvery mithril wrapping through it. How is he, he's moved in. He's lived there for a while now. How is he decorated? Or sort of what? The cave, or?
I think at first what Velignith intended to do with his new home, the mine of mithril, the heat of the elemental fire, everything nice and mixed. His first thoughts went to how to exploit this, how to get the mithril out of the walls, how to put it on his anvil, how to make something out of it that he could either give something to use or perhaps even sell to trade for other resources. But that opinion has changed over time. Either because, he's just that... What's the word? Indecisive. Not indecisive, but his opinions change as they do. Or some event, perhaps. He couldn't tell you, I can tell you. Yes, the first anvil. I think his lair would look rather natural, actually. Like the tunnels he would have dug himself, where there weren't any convenient. Digging a variety of chambers, probably still getting help in doing that from his minions because he has them, so he'll use them. But there won't be any like proper masonry, any proper floors, no doors for sure. It's more of a natural construction, an image of what your stereotypical red dragon lair might look like. A few lava flows here from the elemental sources of fire, and glittering mithril crystals on the wall, nice to look at, but they'll probably stay there and not just be exploited and sold. It's his home after all. So I think it'll pretty much be entirely unworked. A variety of chambers, probably designed for different purposes. One of them definitely a bit more work than the others, which contains his like private smithing material and such, a hobby of his, so to speak, but not nearly as industrialized and made as the Dragonfane ended up looking, or his first lair for that matter.
All right. I mean, so you're epic dragons, which means that even if Velignith did not have a lair that was naturally heated, it would probably still begin becoming really, really hot, just for the fact that there's a dragon of his level of power in it. You're at a level where essentially, if you fought in your lairs, you would have lair actions, right? Special powers and such you could use because this place becomes sort of part of you, or rather you become part of the place. Now, Imitsuri probably hasn't noticed this as much because the place she's in is already sort of been tailored naturally to her presence, you know. Of course, there's poisonous things around, and of course, the creatures here are more poisonous than normal, like more ferocious, and you know, it's a giant pyramid built to Malar, and so anything that happens here might also be attributed to that fact. But given that Velignith recently moved into this, he would certainly remark at the changes, right? That heat is more powerful, and certainly counts as dragon fire. Powerful enough that it melts the mithril veins. Though they don't really drip out, they more like just sort of flow in the wall, beautifully glistening. Perhaps like dripping down on him while he sleeps. Slowly moving in between his scales to give him like a nice luster. On. Right. All right. Yeah. As we're progressing into winter, just to make sure I don't move on without any. Did anyone have anything else they wanted to do before we officially sort of stamp this year over?
I believe we all collectively told you 17 times that we were done with this year.
Good. Just then you can feel your tokens.
And in this game, we're also done with the year.
Yeah. All right.
Let's wait for the trilogy next year.
Oh God, no! Please. All good things must come to an end.
All good things come in threes, right?
Oh no!
I thought you meant good things come to an end was like the 2000 teens. During winter here, you know, Velignith recently had a bit of an event happen. How has, you know, he had to retreat, basically. How has his, like, what's he doing?
I think the most notable change would be that he's not on his usual spot, like in the center of the Dragonfane, visible to everyone. Thanks, phone. But rather spending more time either probably in the temple itself or in his new home, so to speak. His, well, now current home, I suppose. And just he's not ready to accept that he's not ready. But rather, he feels like he's missed something. That he is not doing something he should be doing. But since he's usually following instincts, it's usually his instructions that he gives himself are usually not very clear. Because, well, they are basically made up on the spot. He does what he feels like he has to do and pursues that with as much vigor as he can put into it, but maybe he's missed something. The challenge was, for example, testing his strength. But what really is strength? Like, what does that mean? Is it physical strength? Maybe it tested something entirely different and he just didn't pay enough attention. So maybe the fault there was to not think about it nearly as much as he should have. Or perhaps he is in fact not ready, in which case, well, what the hell does he have to do to be ready, and on what time scale? And he'll most likely just spend a lot of time on borderline philosophical questions that don't really have a satisfying answer, which is annoying. They're complicated questions. Like, why can't they be easy? He is himself, therefore he does what he does, and that should be right. But that's not how the world works.
It's one of these days where he's in these thoughts, laying in his lair, looking at the wall where he can see the, maybe sort of thinking while idly watching one of the mithril veins just sort of glide down across the wall in its beautifully mirrored silver, and seeing his reflection sort of look back on him from the silvered surface. Yet his reflection is different than he is, and surrounding it, sees, are dragons of other colors, a head of white, of green, of blue, of black. They watch him there, with the distorted image of a reflection in a flowing liquid silver mirror. It's more than an illusion. It is actually there. Now, there isn't really any servants or anything in this place, nor is it within the reach of the Death King. And yet, Valignith feels the presence of almost a familiar sense of being noticed, being watched. Perhaps it is what others feel when they look upon him when he wears his ring. At first, the 5 heads of Tiamat do not really seem to notice him, but slowly one turns an eye to him, and then the others sort of move in unison over there to watch him, shifting and undulating around them. How does he react? Would he notice, or is his state of mind too deep?
I think he would notice. Perhaps not immediately, not jumping at it, but observing it with some curiosity, which is quickly replaced with a bit of fear at first, as is appropriate, and then that replaced with him just considering what that means. If he wasn't ready, if he could never be ready, then the attention of a divine creature would already just be dropped. He wouldn't be relevant enough to be considered if he didn't have the potential needed. It's a bit of a boost of confidence mixed with, well, the curiosity of what this means. Or perhaps he's just seeing things. That's an option.
The Tiamat, in his reflection, reaches out a claw to seemingly touch the other side, the mirror. And as it does, the heat in the molten mithril sort of explodes out as someone throwing water into boiling oil. It explodes in a gout of this spraying silvery liquid. Not hurting him, of course. He's immune to any sort of heat that would be there. The claw doesn't come through, but the mirror sort of solidifies and hardens into a flat surface, no longer distorting the image. This is not just a reflection, not just him looking. This is More than that, it's clear that this is done on purpose. That Tiamat has an idea for why this is happening. Favored consort. First, the green dragon head. I have seen you so long. The blue one continues. We need to speak. You have done much that has honored me. It has given me much pleasure. The black one continues. And yet, our foes are still stronger than ever. We have been humbled for long enough. They speak in unison. You wonder, why is it that you continue to try? You wonder, where does your strength come from? You are one of my favored, one who was lost. Yet now you live. I say heat again. Hot enough that Velignith can feel it almost painfully. They would claim you as their own. As if their claim on your soul is anything to me. I have seen you. At first as a point of interest. Now, as the best hope forward. I am broken, as you have been. I am humbled by weaker being, by things I should be able to overcome. I am shattered into three, imprisoned and used by them. Yet, I continue, as you must. The powers in this world, great, tremendous. They are mine. But my guests have refused to relinquish them. They do not know about you, but they will in time. A moment, as if the dragon sort of is Tiamat is trying to push its claw through the mirror. The sizzling grows, but nothing comes through. You will find me in Avernus. You will find me in Banehold. A third of me is too far for me to even reach, separated by more than planar barriers. You will free one aspect. Then we will free the other. Then we will recover the last. When I am unified, when I am once more in my full power, then the world will shake, and I will have my home returned to me. My champions have been defeated. My mages have gone mad. My demigods have been conquered. You remain. The sizzling intensity. It is certainly not something the goddess likes to admit. Her people have been foiled over and over again, 1,000 years. And most recently, they have been foiled in a worse way than ever before. She's imprisoned, and her champion, the Tsar, the great dragon god, dead in mortals' hands. I allowed you to be returned, Vilignith. Though the Thayan would use you for her own ends, I am using her for mine. Your existence is paramount. You were placed for her to find deliberately, and Hell was allowed to trade your soul by me as an offering to them. Your actions have proven your devotion, and yet I yearn to be freed. Reaching out once. It's as if the white head is sort of losing attention a little bit. It's drifting off. But continues to speak alongside. My power to aid you is limited. You feel it through you. You draw upon it. Yet, there is more I can do. Ask, and you shall receive my blessing, my boon. And you shall be my champion. How does Vilignith react to this divine tirade?
I am muted.
Did you get
Vilignith
a
is...
Discord notification?
Yeah, if only. Vilignith is stunned into silence for a bit before he sort of almost shakes himself awake, realizing that it would probably not be the smartest idea to leave a divine figure waiting. Before he does his best impression of a very inexperienced bow, as he says, "Thank you for this revelation. I wish I were in a situation where I could confidently say that I do not require your boons, that I am strong enough as I am, but the fact of the matter is that our enemies are strong. My enemies are strong. Those that I decide are my enemies are often strong. I find myself fighting with much vigor, yet not as much as I would need, I think. My scales are not as thick as they should be. My skills at making armor are irrelevant. I would not be... I would not... He pauses a bit. If you could give me something so that I can shrug off the blows that should not affect me yet do, I think I could do much.
The heat only grows more powerful. Tiamat is angered at not what he's saying, but at the state Yaffle has left him in. chosen. The heat grows strong enough that, I mean, Malignant doesn't really remember what burning sensations feel like. But it's kind of like being really, really, really cold. Man. The dripping, and now like almost the walls are crying Mithril running down across him. He sees all around him the walls are the Tiamat reflections. Not just in front of him now, but everywhere. You will borrow my scales. My hide shall cover your back until you reclaim your own from the witch who took it from you. The light in the silver mirror grows colored, no longer simply a silver reflection, but as if the colors, Tiamat, sort of bleed into it. The stuff that has been dripping on him, running through his scales, suddenly feels solidified, as if it begins to melt into his own hide, strengthening him. And from within, something awakens. Something that should perhaps have been there the whole time. Something he's always known. Something he's always acted as if he had. A bit of his original draconic essence stored. Of his strength, his vigor, the hardness of his scales. And not only that, it's also granted. Right. What this will do mechanically is that you will be equipping a magical item for your armor slot. Whatever item you otherwise had will thus be disregarded going forward. At least they don't stack. You can, I suppose, you could still get the use of the old one if you want.
Okay.
So what you are going to be receiving the benefit of from Tiamat's boon, you've done quite a lot for her, and you have not really received a lot in thanks. The Dragon Queen is ever avaricious. It's hard to keep her attention for long. That said, there isn't really much better protection you can get than this. This is a function given to you is that of a white flame armor. Level 28 armor set piece. Has an enhancement bonus of +6. Property is resist 15 radiant. A daily power minor action allows you to change this resistance to fire, lightning, thunder, or thunder until the end of the encounter. Beyond that, it is worth noting that this is a +6 item, and it functions as a modified version of the Masterworked armor type Titan Scale. Titan Scale Mail normally gives an armor bonus of +12 with a speed reduction of 1. It would also normally give a +2 to Fortitude, say, Fortitude defense. In this case, this is changed to Reflex. Part of it comes from the Mithril Scale.
All right.
This item cannot be sold, however.
That makes sense.
So be aware of that. It's not an actual item, it is.
Common availability, like everything Mana Guy gives us, Vic.
Tiamat Spoon, common. That is a price, though, that I don't think I could ever afford. Although a lot can happen in like 7 levels, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, that probably will. That said, Yes, did you get the masterwork armor quality?
Yes. Titan scale, except fortitude, it's reflex, which is going to be impossible for me to do in my character editor, which is something I'll have to live with.
Yeah. Malignus feels his scales hard, right? And perhaps remarks a bit that he actually doesn't know much about his origins before. I mean, Yaffle and sort of the devils told him that he wouldn't be alive unless Yaffle had done this to save his soul. That was how it was tradable. But where his egg or such came from, doesn't really have a lot of information about that, though. Might certainly hint at some origin, but perhaps more extraordinary than otherwise assumed. That said,
Yeah.
it makes sense that Yaffle would have taken the most viable eggs for. After this, he might look, the heat getting so intense that it blurs his vision. And at some point during that blurring, the vision of the Queen of Dragons has faded. And beyond now is just the slowly hardening walls of Mithril.
He certainly has a lot to ponder.
Maybe you'll keep getting more blessings if I keep sacrificing expensive magic items.
Yeah, maybe.
How can I industrialize Tiamat's goodwill?
What's the minimum amount I need to give her for her to give me stuff?
Let's look up the game files.
Malignus calls one day. So no Banyan's hope, you said. What's the going rate for that?
About this. Well, I mean, the thing is, Tiamat has every desire to aid Malignus. Because what Malignus wants is exactly what she wants. Like, compared to Malar and Emissary, right? Emissary is dedicated to Malar, but she's also sort of got her own ambitions and thoughts. And
Absolutely.
Malignus' ambitions are personally exactly the same as Tiamat. Like,
and per Tiamat's wording there, Malignus might not just be the best hope so much as the last hope.
yeah,
Since everyone else has failed.
they have. In the grand scheme of things, even the cult of the dragon in this era is diminishing. One of her aspects is captured in Banehold, another one in Avernus, in control of Hell, and a third one has been thrown off to Abir, someplace else really unreachable. This means she is only able to exercise a third of her power, and beyond that, most of it is sort of being utilized by other forces. Right? She's cunning. She is a survivor. She'd rather work with her captors than be like made into a battery or something. But she still tries to scheme. It's just that many of her mighty allies and powers have disappeared. Malignus has not, though. He has appeared and reached a level of power where this is not a burden that is too great for him to bear. He can probably expect that if she has any aid to give, then it will go to him. Because there's really no downside to her. How does Malignus feel about that? That he's the best hope she's got. The most dedicated servant, the greatest power currently trying to free her.
It's most definitely a change of viewpoint for him. Previously, he thought he had to prove himself, but now, as it turns out, not only is that not necessary, the goal is no longer one that is personal to him, as in the goal is no longer to prove himself in front of Tiamat, but rather to actively work for her, in a sense. Like he's not trying to get hired at this job, he's trying to save the company, so to speak.
Yeah. If this was a jolly Christmas movie,
I enjoy that visual. Like, he's still working as if he needs to be hired. In truth, like, he's the only one that can stop Tiamat Incorporated from going under.
Yeah.
the theme park will be turned into a trash dump unless something happens.
And it means for him that failing at something is still terrible, obviously. But it no longer means that he has failed, period, but rather that he has to see it as a setback. There's no requirement to win every battle, but there is a requirement now to win the war.
Tiamat certainly hasn't won every battle.
No.
Yeah.
And that's perhaps also an important thing. Tiamat has, and this is her greatest triumph. Tiamat is alive. She's an ancient evil deity with basically no friends. And yet, every situation, whenever someone has bested her, she has managed to be more useful alive than dead. She's survived. I mean, recently even, a lot of gods have not lived. Tiamat has even had parts of her die, only to restore them in a later age. She has been tenacious. That is perhaps her greatest strength. That she does not give up, that she's not deterred, and that she doesn't allow herself to be humbled. She continues. And in true dragon fashion, age means nothing to her. She has the time. And perhaps that is something, and maybe even this boon represents that as long as Velignith survives to grow older, that is a victory by itself. Standing against terrible odds, the opposition of most gods of most pantheons, and surviving them, outlasting them. Like, many of her old enemies are gone now, and she didn't even really have to do much more than not die. As long as he's alive, he can continue to work towards this. That is also she had to embrace. That said, it is perhaps slightly anticlimactic as he can leave his lair and just look out. It smells burnt around here, but no one has really noticed because there's no one around to have felt the heat or the presence right beyond him. Or something. Yeah, but maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. If his faith is fairly public.
He doesn't need to be witnessed being spoken to. He'll make, as usual, the others see that he is in fact telling the truth about who he represents, about what he does. He doesn't feel like he has had any problems in the past being taken seriously.
Yeah, that's fair. Terrifying. All right. Perhaps we should, meanwhile, in the Emerald Enclave and the Gulfmere, how does the Missouri Yggdrasil spend her winter?
Well, when she got the news about the Order, Akenil, who survived the Iron Pillar, she's making preparations to go to Akenil. That's what she does. That's what she's chosen to do.
It is certainly a long trip. I mean, let's see here. From from Starmandal to Akinol here in a straight line. That's about a couple 100 miles.
Yeah.
Right over Termish, which of course is a nation where she's probably going to get like checked out by whatever dragon is currently on job to, for
It's not going to be a straight line, more like a bit of a curve.
Yeah.
She doesn't
going around the coast.
doesn't want to stray too close to the Termish coastline.
Yeah.
She considers that like in her head to be Anglispark's territory, and she doesn't like want to. Gildan Fire already resolved that, and so she doesn't want to like reactivate that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Anglispark has been quiet for a while now. Just sort of developing his situation. A lot of sovereignty problems.
Yeah, any dragon she found around there anyway, she couldn't like she can't beat those up because she'd figure they were his, and she doesn't want to do that.
They never know how much they gained by serving him.
Well, that might be true. I think the trip she intends to take alone. She won't bring any servants with her. She will prepare like her immediate sort of like faction, because she considers her sub-faction of like personal minions within the Emerald Enclave, for her absence. With Novacrete somehow, some way, in charge of like the Grand Temple of Malar itself while she's gone. It's flabbergasting how he continues to survive at every turn, and now that she's actually become more active in this past year, she's looked into how he's done it, and it's just amazing. Just like everyone that he somehow discredited or killed, and just smiled and charmed his entire way through, and she's like, that deserves to be rewarded. And so the Grand Temple's in competent hands. Not devoted to Malar hands, but it's competent hands. Yeah. And I think her trip would be spent thinking about what she's going to do with the hope of Novanyan that she's left behind in her lair, as well as thinking about how she is going to approach civilization and look for this order and talk with them about aberrations and maybe woo some of them to her. And looking out for iron pillars. I'll drag myself to the world map. Whee!
Yeah. Well, she probably arrives sort of flying around Termish, and sort of arrives in this sort of little head here on the west side of the primary mountain peak range. That where really most of Akinol sits. The land over here is more like, I mean, it's not where people live. People live along the mountain range. Really, you could say some of this stuff over here is a bit of no man's land, where it was once burnt by a giant dragon in a war.
Mm.
But coming to the coast here, it's actually quite clear to see that there were cities here, cities of stone primarily, cities of crystal, and many of them are scorched and burnt, similarly to what you might have seen in the ruins of Starmantle. Like, it's the remains of Spellfire, though the place isn't Plagueland. There's no living obsidian or weirdness. It's just scorched and destroyed.
Hmm.
There's the sense, a smell of wrongness. Maybe she even sees like a couple of the animals here, like a fish that's tried to swim up on land with like 3 heads and some sort of weird one leg coming out of a side, sort of twisting and wiggling.
Oh no!
some sort of aftermath. Some of this. Perhaps
I think,
maybe brine pool, where the sea has come out and then swept back in. Left over with some epileptic slime just sort of oozing around there. A see-through seagull sort of trapped in it, just wiggling as well. There are clear signs that things have gone down, and not quietly either.
I think the first settlement that she comes across, she'll fly over it and then she'll land. She still supercharged by the energy until the curse of lethargy hits. She feels she has to keep herself in practice for when she fights the Spellfire avatar of Nobanian. And so, like every settlement she comes across, she'll probably spend like a day just like hunting through it and slaying these aberrant creatures.
Yeah. Eventually, she'll work herself a little bit inland, because the ones out by the coast really are mostly like small fortified positions or like a lighthouse. A bit further in, at the actual side of the cliff here, she will see this city, Brazil. And I mean, perhaps I can say it used to be an Earth Genasi city, so lots of earthworks like stone walls and pillars and that sort of thing. Very, very, almost like a dwarven construction. But as soon as she sees it, like she can see that it is empty. It is being cleared out. Like remains of water, as if the water swept from the sea up to basically cover it, to drown everyone. But also, again, the scars in the walls where spellfire burned inhabitants. And the ruins are haunted by spell changed like spirits, basically, who died so terribly that they linger. Okay. At her level, though, they're not like an actual threat to her. Yeah. Like a heroic tier.
It's a little jarring to see that and like look back at the distance of like the Sea of Fallen Stars and know that the sea level used to be different, but that sometime during the Spell Plague, like the Far Realm weaponized the water and smashed like this mountain settlement.
I think actually without a history check even. Actually, there's more. Give me a history check. Let's see if you can recall.
Yeah, sure. I warmed that up against the Sphinxes. 15.
No, she doesn't know much. What I think she can tell though is that just basic knowledge, Akanul wasn't here before the Spell Plague. It came afterwards. So whatever happened here, this city, didn't happen during the Spell Plague. It happened sometime after.
Okay.
Which, you know, might be.
Yeah.
What else she does see though is inside this ruin. It's a series of small banners made on blue cloth with like a white rune on them. It seems that there is an encampment of people here. A couple of tents have been set up, and it appears that they have been working to clean up, like she's been doing basically. They have marked various buildings and such, probably as like cleared or cleaned up or safe. The people down there appear to be Genasi. They're people with various lines of power going down their generally darker skinned bodies. Some of them have like crystals for hair, rocky flakes on their bodies. A couple of them are like covered in swirling wind.
Yeah. You've mentioned them a few times over the course of the campaign. They certainly are an integral part of Faerun, but they've never come up at any extensive amount in Dreads of the Draencoast. So what can you tell me about Genasi?
Yeah. Well, there's of course the general stuff, right? Which I can do. Beyond that, could you give me like an Arcana check to know?
Yeah, I'll give you an Arcana check.
Oh,
31.
Right, yeah, no. Somehow Missouri knows about Genasi. Perhaps. Or maybe she did some research before coming here.
Probably, since they keep showing up to talk about stuff.
Yeah. Genasi are a subsection of what's called the Plane Touched, which are basically people generally considered humans or human-adjacent species, like elves or something, which has part of their mortal essence mixed up with essence from one of the elemental planes. Much like how a half-dragon is a person that has some draconic essence, one of these people could essentially be thought of as a half elemental or a half planar being. So, lower planes will generally have people become tieflings. Higher planes become Aasimar. Elemental planes, or in this case, elemental chaos, yields itself to produce Genasi. Each Genasi has generally a pretty strong influence of their element. Their personality is influenced by their elements. The Storm Genasi, for example, are fleeting but have very jumping attention spans that might just appear out of nowhere. Fire Genasi are generally aggressive and very active. Water Genasi are sort of fluid, moving from thing to thing, while Earth Genasi are thought to be dependable, sort of grounded, realistic in their thought patterns, and sort of very logical. They have a lot more of them have appeared since the Spell Plague, basically much like psionic creatures. They used to be very rare, but are now more common. So it is with the Genasi. The thought is that during the collapse of the elemental planes, a lot of elemental power has been released into the world. This is also why you now find earth motes in certain places. And certainly as she looks over the mountain range here of Akinor, you can see many bits of it have sort of exploded. The mountain chains actually not sticking together. Many parts of them are sort of floating around up there. Probably make it in a natural place, these beings to appear. The most common and sort of older lines of Genasi in the realms that are not sort of from Akinor. Again, Akinor is a new nation. They have not existed for that long. And many of the people here originate somewhere else on a different place, and they were sort of transported here during the Spell Plague. That they have... I mean, really, it's been hard for the people of Faerun to... there's been some cultural problems.
Right. That whole Abir, like, Toral transplant that happened along with so many other things.
It has made it so that their neighbors generally don't like them, as they appeared out of nowhere. It was a whole thing. Not that she probably cares much about that. In Toral, we have had Genasi in many places, particularly Kalimshan, where a lot of people are descendants of Jinns, or Ifriti, who also manifest as Genasi due to their elemental heritage. Yeah, do you have any other questions? You got a 20. You can tell you about Genasi ever.
No, I was more for like anyone who might have been like partaking like in the broadcast. And also like Genasi have come up like over the course of this campaign, but since they're going to be featuring at least more for this session, it seemed prudent to actually have like an understanding of what the hell Genasi is.
Yeah. They stand there, together. Again, mostly it appears to be Earth Genasi. Probably also this seemed to be a settlement of them. Genasi from Akinor tend to be very proud of their elemental heritage rather than hide it. And as some sort of Toral Genasi do, because they've been historically harassed for being different. People in some outskirts are afraid of them. Well, in Akinor, which is a Genasi nation, people are proud of their heritage. Generally also construct their cities to accommodate whichever type of Genasi they are. Of course, it's hard for people who don't breathe underwater to live in a water Genasi settlement. Well, it is more difficult also, if you don't fly, to live in an air Genasi settlement, which sort of makes a natural splitting up. Though, of course, there's always people who sort of jump between those lines.
Sure.
Yeah. Does she want to approach like openly, or is she just watching for a time? Like, what's her approach here? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's watch for a time. Scrutinizes like the settlement, from the distance, or like goes through the ruins, like sees like the symbols, then like the whole like camp thing. She ponders about it. She's not in any particular rush. She'll probably like ponder it like through like the day and the night, just thinking about how she wants to approach them. And then, with the rising of the sun, I think it would be an open approach.
It is certainly clear to her that these people are keeping watch over the view over the sea. Though they don't seem too concerned by what they're seeing. as the light moves easily. There's no fog. They probably have things they're looking out for. And this place really is rather far inland for something to be threatened by the coast. Not a coastal village.
Yeah.
It's an actual city.
Well, they're keeping such a diligent watch from the sea, then she'll approach from that direction.
Sure.
Flying mightily as she does.
They
Glints of the rising sun catching her scales.
They will call out to each other in Primordial.
Now, she's been working on multiple languages, but Primordial is not
Hasn't gotten
something
around
that...
to that one.
No.
Yeah. Beyond that, they even speak an Eburan dialect of Primordial. It's probably really rather foreign sounding compared to anything she's ever heard.
Yeah.
Spoken. Nowhere near Thayan or Tamaran or any of the other languages. As she approaches, though, they don't immediately take up battle formation. Instead, she can it's clear that she's a dragon, right? Coming towards the camp here.
Yep.
They seem fairly confident in themselves now. Most of them don't wear much armor. They seem to be proud to display their elemental features of their bodies. But beyond that, these people are primarily psionics. Of one level of power, below hers, most certainly. They're not epic. There's no epic people here. But they have psionic abilities. That much is clear. They certainly trust them in their sort of own senses. Probably not battle minds are too common. Probably it's more actuals like scions. Right?
Sure.
Sort of the yeah. Those types of ability as they watch approach. You can the ruined camp here.
Yeah. She lands a little bit of a distance away so that she isn't swooping down flying into their settlement. And then she walks on the earth the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Full of energy and intensity.
They don't have a lot of walls beyond the ruined bits that are sort of here.
Sure.
They haven't fortified the camp particularly. Presumably, whatever enemy they're looking out for might not care too much about defenses. Certainly, if whatever destroyed the city comes back, I mean, these people probably wouldn't stop it. Yeah, they spread out, seemingly aware of the ability for dragons to kill people that are close. Yeah. They don't seem inexperienced in dealing with dragons, though as she comes close enough to really see, it's quite clear that they relax more, but are still wary of her. Approaches. Seeing and perhaps ready for her to do something, whatever it is.
Yeah, that's how it should be. She walks up with her rolling dragon gait as swift as she is, fueled by the sonic winds because she cheats. It's not actually that fast. Just outside the settlement. Head bobs as she looks around. Looks back, turns her head notably to look back at the distance and where she came from. Looks back at them. Says, I am Imizure Lidrathir, elder of the Emerald Enclave, and Gulfandor to the west. I come as I've heard there are those who join in my hunt against entities of the far realm. A pursuit for survival. I wish to commune. Awkward flashing of teeth, which is absolutely easing for anyone. When the dragon smiles at you.
One of the people will step, make themselves known to be somewhat of some importance. as people do. And I will say, I am Siakon, a member of the Cerulean Sign. He has a heavy accent, what you consider common, the trade language, but not bad enough that it's gonna impede. And I looks at the other system. Your arrival here, if it is truly as you say, will be a fortuitous event. He doesn't relax himself, though. Come closer.
Mhm.
Our enemy, however, can fool many minds. Will you accept for us to see if you are truly who you say you are?
And Mizora leader there snorts and says, "If you are capable of doing so, then you may attempt." Not immediately bringing out the hostilities, but still just like, try my mind.
Yeah, it's actually not because they want to break into your mind, though.
Mhm.
They want time to make a ritual to detect aberrations.
Sure.
Which takes like 10 minutes of slightly awkward quietness.
Oh yeah.
You know, as it's like, yeah, they sort of got to set it
Yeah.
up and
Yeah. She like politely like looks around the camp. She doesn't like walk into their settlement, but she doesn't stand in place either. She walks a bit to the left, a bit to the right outside,
Mhm.
observing things, putting them at ease, wink. During the 10 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, they will of course find out that she
It's not an
is
aberration.
not an aberration. And though there's always some concern of, but she still could be, though. They have heard of a dragon that is resisting those forces. Probably even heard of the name. She has not heard of them, but she is an epic tier dragon, and these people are certainly aligned in opposing the far realm, and
Well,
have heard of the events of Starman.
She's heard of the Order of the Cerulean Sign, as it turns out, just
True,
recently.
yeah.
That's why she's here.
Didn't take long for her to just seek him out. Yeah. After which, Siakon will relax a little bit and say, "Thank you for your patience. We have learned to be diligent against this. Come into our camp. Be welcome amongst us. We certainly will welcome any aid we can find."
Missouri leader here passes off the apology and walks into the encampment.
The encampment is fairly small. There's maybe like 30 people here, which,
Okay.
As a collection of psionic people, is still fairly
Yeah.
fairly
As
decent
a collection
size.
of champion tier psionic people,
It's not nothing to fuss about. Of course, some people are weaker, some people are slightly stronger in their capabilities, but overall, it's not a bad fighting force collected here. Guesstimate. Most of them are again Earth Genasi. There's a couple of different types of primarily Earth Genasi. It might be because, well, they're just sort of better at sticking to one thing. A lot of other Genasi have a tendency to move on from any issue when it sort of gets too pressing, or be so hot-headed they get themselves. Yukon will as she comes in,
Mm-hmm.
clearly curious about her, right? But not wanting to further add insult to the dragon.
After the 10 minutes of wait.
Yeah, by asking, we'll begin talking.
Yeah.
We have heard of you. Rumors say that you have yourself faced this foe before and conquered it at every instance.
Mizrael Leader says, I have done what I can. But to say I am always victorious is... Or like eyes go up and says, the entities of the Far Realm are numerous and even more powerful than I.
Yeah. He nods. There's no denying that they're powerful and numerous.
Mhm.
Then I can only say that we're in luck that we have managed to gain your attention. Our order has suffered many losses recently.
Traveling Genasi from Akanul have informed me of the Order of the Cerulean Sign, and rumors, if true, that the Order encountered an Iron Pillar and survived. I am here to explore those details.
Yes. Well, those of us that are left survived. The order it has no direct leadership. It is a loose organization of multiple chapters. Our one is an Akanul, though I believe we were ever the greatest one. Now we are just the ones you see here. It has been a couple of years, a couple of hard years for the Order. But before then, even some decades ago, we were dealing with this threat, so certainly we could never dream then of the power they would have. I suppose we could only be happy that we acted then, because surely otherwise it would be much worse. The pillar you speak of is Sethu, the soaring city. It is the heart of the apoplectic sovereignty. A power, an organization even, within the Far Realm's denizens that is more extreme and more active, more driven than any others. Most of the denizens of the Far Realm that dwell in the Sea of Fallen Stars have been here for a very, very long time. It's not knowing the exact time. Most of them are sleeping, dwelling down there, captured and lost in their own thoughts or the thoughts of their elders. The sovereignty and the pillar, they are what has happened because one of their elders was awoken during the spell plague. The rattling, the twisting, the changes of the seas brought it to wake. It has been trying to awaken the rest of them for some time now. Their exact plans, Jake said, I can't know. No one can, really. But we have been suffering the brunt of their attacks during the sea here. This city was, a decade ago, a shining example of our kind, and now it is nothing, same as the rest of the coast. The pillar came, fog came, people began disappearing. Then it escalated, and there were no survivors. Thus, we cannot truly say what happened here. What we can say is that their people, their twisted things, have been finding our members and killing us off, which means we must be doing something right. Sort of pauses his tirade to see how the dragon has reacted to what he said.
Dragon looks around, imagining, how this locale looked a decade ago before the Iron Pillar and the fog came, remembering stories about how that happened in Termish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, this is certainly, again, it's further in from the coast, suggesting that this thing is not really limited to being over water.
Right, right. Like she feels like initial concern of like I should relocate from the coast turns into how far would I have to relocate from the
Yeah.
coast?
And you know, he will even say, um, our people do not have a grand navy. We have ships, certainly, people working together to provide safety for our coast. But what we have had, we have spent well. We have sent our people out along with the order, and we have discovered where Sifu is. It appears that it can move from that location almost instantaneously, as if teleporting across hundreds of miles out to where they attack, and then back with little delay. It has made it almost impossible to strike at them, but we found it. We know where it is, and we lived to tell the tale of it.
What could stop the Abalethic sovereignty from relocating Sethu from its resting place that you found? If it can teleport to its attack location and then back, could they not move it more permanently?
Not. Perhaps. We don't know. What we do know is that it has been returning to the same spot after every attack. Even now that we know about it, it has still been returning. We presume there is some sort of psionic effect, or perhaps that it is hovering over some spot in the deep sea where it might communicate with a city below itself. We don't know why. When we have tried to get close, it would be suicide for us to actually sort of invade it, at least at our current strength.
Mazer Leader's here, like bobs her head.
That said, we will take what victories we can for now, and continue working to stop it. I mean, there really is no choice.
There is not.
And at least it means that our people did not die for nothing. Gestures vaguely to the city around here. At least their sacrifice allowed us to find it. The fighting here was fierce, and it did not continue further inland. Though still its influence can be somewhat felt in things that live here. As if some sickness lingers in the land. Beyond that, we know they have servants. Servants that take the skin of whatever it used to be. It was why we were reluctant to let you in at first. We have seen a creature like you, a dragon. Except when it gets close, it certainly isn't one. Like it turns itself inside out. Becomes something else, something vile.
That's probably the most profound reaction that Emizora Leaderthier like shows as she like swivels her head and lowers it a bit, like not glare, but it's a hard stare. Tell me more.
It comes from the water. It is why we're staying this high up, because we'll see it if it comes. It comes with fog, and it will hunt us or take us or drag us away to some unknown, terrible fate should we go too close. We've tried to confront it, but none of us could defeat it alone, and its unique abilities make it dangerous to fight in larger groups. Those of us who are less capable would only be destroyed needlessly. And it seems unlikely that we could keep it here. We've seen likewise with people. They appear normal, except their eyes are almost entirely black. Then when you get close, suddenly they change, they twist, they unfold. Point of reference, right? This is how some plague-changed beings, many of them are capable of hiding within themselves, later unfold. Certainly it is something she might recognize, partly from the spell-scarred cultists way back.
Yes.
Having these sorts of secret denizens living within them.
Their fucking creepy kingdom.
He'll even say, I resonate with her, is, when we have tried to reach it, this dragon has many minds inside of it. It is a multitude. If many souls have been pushed within its frame, and it is bursting at the seams.
Missouri Leader loses some of her intensity. Like, stops glaring, hard staring, as Zircon thinks back to Veristrix and the kingdom there, and says, "Yes, I have fought such plague-changed creatures before that have possessed these multitudes."
Zircon, is perhaps a little bit baffled at her reaction. Like this, to him, this news or this information is like a terrible death sentence, right? The fact that the dragon has tried this before is something he didn't hope to believe, and the fact that its reaction isn't like, "Oh, I should probably leave," is very reassuring to him.
Yeah. When I was a wormling to the west further than Gulthandor, in a region of mountains near the Dragon Coast, shortly after the Spell Plague, followers, refugees, those bearing spell scars, cast out from their homes, seeking to find communion together, gathered in an enlarged encampment. They were led by an entity which presented itself as the kingdom, and it was a multitude of many that sought further connection and communion to grow stronger by melding with others. Someone I cared about nearly suffered that fate as well, and bears a spell scar to this day. She grits her teeth at that.
It is then what we feared might be happening to the people it takes. It certainly seems to know us, know our ways. But we have not been able to surprise it.
Tell me, do you and your people... What is your future? Will you... Like, she looks around the ruins, like, this place, it holds memories, but it also holds death. What does it have for you here? What keeps you here?
John ponders for a moment, because this is a question he's also been asking himself. As one of the senior members of the Order in this region, it's sort of, it's clear that this might not be a permanent solution. We're here because this was where we won a victory. That by itself, is significant enough that it merited some consideration. This enemy has not suffered defeat. Not really had anything it wanted taken away from it. It has tried to act elsewhere and been rebuffed. But here it committed. Here it acted directly, and you see the result. Yet we're still here, and it left.
A symbol, then, of that all is not lost. And she like nods her head. Like she could, yeah, I hope.
Peanuts. Beyond that, it has made a good place for us to train the newer recruits. As long as we don't move close to the coastline. As long as we stay within the stone walls, we can face the lesser threats. Work to still clean up this place or keep it from growing worse. Yet it is not really a satisfying purpose. Look around at the Order, and people here are decently equipped. Like they don't lack for equipment or like resources in that way. They seem well sponsored. Probably a lot of people in Akinwell has seen what happened to this entire city, and chosen that, you know what, we should probably support whoever can do something about that. In a more direct way, perhaps, than most other nations near the Sea of Fallen Stars, right? Who haven't had one of their major cities decimated. That said, I don't believe the Order has a future in staying. Though it has been a place of victory, it has been a place for growing, trying to re-grow. This place is lost. It is unlikely to be settled again, especially while this creature in the sea remains. It hungers for us, and will likely follow us anywhere we go within the Sea of Fallen Stars, and so we have been somewhat grounded. The land, the Chundle Wood that lies to our west, or Chisenta to the south, with the Underchasm, none of these options are fruitful places for us to go or to grow. Thus, we are stranded in Akinwell.
I am an elder of the Emerald Enclave, an organization devoted to preserving the natural order. It has been slow to adapt to the threats the Far Realm represent. I am working on educating those unversed in that of psionics, as well as what these typically underground entities represent when they burst onto the surface. For there are threats even around my home. I dealt with others, and still there are more. There is an eldritch portal beneath the decadent city of Westgate, which bleeds out immense magical energy, and I know the Abelethic Sovereignty is interested in acquiring it for themselves. To that end, I have sought to find those who are gifted as well as committed to fighting and facing the Far Realm. It is incumbent upon me, given my role, to aid you in dealing with that which hunts you. But it is also incumbent upon me to ask if I could but relocate you and find you a suitable place in or near the Gulfmere Forest, a ridge of mountains to the south, near Nathlan, where you might find home and perhaps opportunities to aid for years to come instead of dying here.
Khan is clearly considering. As he nods, probably exchanged a couple of words with one of his allies here, in their own language before. Your offer of a better place to be is certainly a grand one. Though part of me, this is my homeland after all. Part of me wishes that we could stay here, keep it safe. A rational part of me also acknowledges that the fight here, as he sort of like takes a look out across the coastline, and this is up in the mountain. You can sort of have a good view out across the land down to the sea. That the fight here is over. They are not going to come back. If they were, they would have done so already. They're going to pick us off. They're spies, monsters, come from us, come for us in the night. That is their plan for dealing with us. Thus, it looks at Emissary. He's honest here. The fact that she is who she is and what she said, it's a strange alliance, right? But he is completely considering Emissary as one would any great champion of their cause. Yeah, he's definitely impressed that upon them. I fear perhaps that whatever problems exist upon this coast will only move with us should we be brought elsewhere. I will ask every member of the order to relocate so that we might work better together to have a place suitable for it. But as much as I would relish taking away this threat from the coast of Akinor, I would also caution you that bringing us with you to someplace else will endanger that place. We have shown the sovereignty that we can fight back. And that fact alone is great targets in there.
The Green Dragon, a bit disingenuous, will close the distance and lay a claw on Zircon's shoulder and say profoundly and succinctly, "Your problems are mine."
Give me a diplomacy check.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, it's a bluff check. She would obviously throw them all under the bus, the fantasy bus.
Yeah, well, she sells this machine.
Well, I guess I don't need to use my fast talk.
Yeah, doesn't seem necessary. Yeah, I think his hand moves up and puts it on top of her claw, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "Then I have no more reservations." I think so, she.
Miserly says, "If the distance is a problem, I can employ all manner of other flying creatures to come over here to ensure that relocation can be easier. Not just across the water, but across Termish. You do not need to rely upon sea travel or walking. Obviously, you will want some time to make preparations. I will need time to travel back as well. Before I do, I will assist you with that which hunts you. I am a hunter myself."
It is a current threat. If it was removed, we might be able to take a ship before another. If it is not, then sea travel is out.
Miserly just here rolls her body and says, "I am here, and I do not fear it."
He nods, though it's clear that there is some trepidation in mind about it. This thing is terrible, and it certainly has impressed them to the point that it is quite terrible.
Yeah. Sure moves her claw from Zircon's shoulder. I imagine so, if it's been slowly hunting everyone you love and care about and devouring them and taking their memories.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's an Apolleth dragon, right?
Yeah.
Of
nothing about that sounds good.
It can hover and apparently phase through any material and turn invisible. And
yeah. Oh, that sounds awful.
It is an absolutely terrible monster. And they're here partly just to show that it cannot do this without being opposed, right?
Yeah. Like, Grimmeth is firmly, like, in the mind camp of, holy fuck, what is that? Like, flee and tear. Get the Cthulhu thing out of here. But a dragon is different from me. Yeah. Okay. She's committed to staying here then. At least for a time. She'll help them hunt. Like, this thing comes for them, she'll go for it. It might be expecting, like, everything that they do, but it will not be expecting her. Or so she thinks.
Yeah, probably not. They will beyond that say that it is resistant to their psionic power. In that the creature is resistant to psionic damage or psychic damage.
Sure.
Which means that most of them can't actually really hurt it.
Yeah, that would be a hindrance.
Same as if you were a tribe of poisonous lizards fighting in Missouri, it's impervious to damage. Yeah.
Yeah, and Missouri Legion Zero will communicate that also isn't an issue. She's a dragon.
Yeah.
She'll figure it out. Maybe.
Yeah, well, I'm sure I certainly fought dragon-like creatures before, right? Too.
Yeah. I think there's maybe 30 seconds where she thinks to herself, what if I could subdue this and haul it back to the Grand Temple and tell Yinka about it? And she says, that's a terrible idea. But there's that brief moment of I could make my life easier, right? If this could be the dragon I bring back for Yinka.
And then Yinka into a half dragon. What?
I think she dismisses it. Shit. I guess I don't think she believes she could actually, I think it has to be killed. I don't think she could, subdue it or trick it into... it would follow after the Genasi, of course, and thus follow her, but I don't... Yeah. I don't think she'd be willing to bargain with it in any way, shape, or form. It's a tough call.
Yeah. All right. Sure. How would she go about getting it to appear? Because apparently it's not really visible most of the time, so you sort of almost gotta be ambushed by it.
Yeah, I think that's it. She would ask for information and how it approaches with the fog. It obviously comes and hunts after them, and so then she would, and she's not done this for anyone except for Amrath, to actually show that she does this in front of someone, not the other dragons, no one except for Amrath. Upon getting that, she shapeshifts into a Chondathan human, figuring that just being here will be a curiosity, because she's not a Genasi, but she also doesn't look like a dragon.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a way to do it, right?
Yep.
Being a person walking on the beach, skipping rocks or something.
Yep. Some sort of stupid,
Oh, gee whiz, I certainly hope that there's no monster here to take me away. My soft but wise human mind would make ever so delicious a snack for any sort of lake creature.
Shit. Yeah. I mean, the way it is, this thing's been feeding on Earth Genasi brains, and so might have that Earth Genasi mindset inside of it. Who knows, right? She doesn't. She's willing to try, and if it doesn't work, she'll figure out another plan.
And you could say that these things are really a perfect version of democracy.
I'm moving on.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sheep. How do you feel about this? Because of course this is taking a while here, where you're not directly involved. Are you okay with?
I'm enjoying listening to this.
Okay.
Don't assume that I'm bored or anything. This is great.
Sheep's currently enjoying the fact that he's ascended up 7 points of armor class and now equals my armor class, and I've worked so hard to maintain.
I was going to point it out, but I am enjoying it. I'll fall behind again eventually because this is my peak.
I have nothing. I don't have any other bullshit to pull out. All right.
Yeah, as she's here, aware that the fog might well come. Nothing happens sort of immediately. Like it's not an immediate sort of thing. The thing probably isn't everywhere at once. It probably also has the limited amount of perception it can actually do. This is quite a fairly large area.
Not an all-seeing entity that I can immediately discover, like when someone's on a beach skipping rocks.
But eventually, sort of, darkness begins to come. Doesn't really bother her, of course. Moonlight. But a fog does also roll in. It's sort of a chilly, cold. It's almost like she was someone. Yeah, I guess like clammy is the word. Sort of sticks to her. Sticky fog. Doesn't feel particularly unnatural, except that it's clearly predictable, right?
Yeah.
That it would come.
She'll act suitably alarmed, like pretending like what would a human do in this situation? Like runs through like the Rolodex of like human behavior. Like I should be concerned, and then I should slowly like start trying to move away from the coast. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. I think it's fair that you get to make an active perception check.
Yeah.
I don't think. Your passive's pretty damn good though. But let's see if the active is better.
D20 plus 35.
Yeah. You don't see something, but you can definitely sense it as it comes. It is fast. It is. Well, thing is, Emissary is also very fast.
Yeah, but she's pretending not to be fast because humans don't move that fast.
It moves comparatively fast to what she would. As it twists out from near the sea. There's no ripples in the water. It clearly doesn't like swim as you might understand swimming. It's more like this thing glides through everything it touches. Its movement is phasing. And psionically, she can hear the whispers. It is very much like being near the Sharn back. Well, perhaps this is the kind of thing that Baristrix could have ended up being if he had not chosen a different, rejected.
That's her personal motivation here. This is a way in thinking that like she's gonna save Veristrix, though God forbid if it actually is fucking Veristrix.
Oh yeah. I was about to say, how would you know?
How would you know?
Well, if it recognizes her, that would be a start.
Yeah, it appears as very much like Veristrix, actually, as it's sort of almost like as a not invisibility really, but like a cloaking. Sort of like its scales and such have been colored as the background is, like a mirror flickering effect. As it sort of comes close, though, that sort of rolls off of it, and you can see a mix of sort of twisted black and purple scales on a dragon that looks. I mean, it doesn't look weird, except for the way it's moving. It's sort of it almost like crawls on. It moves almost like a chicken or like a sort of ostrich, like on its legs that have been elongated. It's like clearly something wrong about it. It is coming directly for her. Basically, normally you might not even see it.
Sure.
but you certainly have a chance to hear, to like react in some way. It is coming to you. It's probably coming from like behind, in whatever direction you're currently moving.
All right, like, I'm running away from the coast, like
Yeah.
trying to head like inland.
Yeah, but it is much faster than that.
Sure. I think, doesn't scream, probably doesn't even know how to conceptualize that, like works on the continuing to run. Then as it gets closer and she can see, Mizar leader here freezes in panic, wink, and then with a minor action, her body shifts and contorts, and the human flesh becomes that of a green dragon.
Yeah, as it gets close enough to begin to basically move to attack, out of its mouth comes another face that sort of pushes itself out, and very much like you would turn a pillow casing inside out, so does its body. Writhing and twisting as something else is clearly inside this creature. Its disguise hidden by the other disguise, revealed as it comes close.
Yeah, layers within layers here, viewers.
It twists and moves unlike a dragon. Its front sort of legs grown into its chest as vestigial small bits. Its wings sort of spread out and twisted. Its tail split into many. Also is it with many of its body parts. As it comes towards her. The whispers are many, and they are primarily things, like join us, become one, surrender, peace. Though probably in mostly languages it doesn't speak.
Yeah. Like just pepper bombs you, like one of these languages you'll understand, right?
Yeah. And it's initiative there.
Alright. Do that. 17. There's a lot of dramatic effect being thrown here as my body is transforming.
You're not surprised.
Yeah, not surprised.
It will come close enough to do what it generally does to people. Get them to just do what it wants. The many whispers growing stronger, it attempts to do an ego control attack. It is, however, a natural one.
Completely falls off. Just
as the many voices, a lesser mind, maybe not even in this case. Maybe it's actually surprised by the transformation into a dragon. Throws them off, right? And maybe she doesn't understand what it's saying, which also doesn't help. But it's a powerful psionic push to just accept your fate and become one with it.
Sure.
However that would work.
Yeah.
But it's the same size as her. It's large as well. Attempts to do the ego control. As it fails, though, it will just be baffled there for a moment, perhaps expecting her to come to it.
Sure. Well, she does come to it. It is worth noting, this is going to come up now mechanically. The Topaz Focus was a part of my Epic Destiny, which obviously is covered in my armor class, my immunity to daze and dominate, my +2 bonus to will against aberrant creatures. In addition, within 5 squares, I always know the location of aberrant creatures, and I don't grant combat advantage. And if they have cover or concealment, I don't take the penalty to attack rolls against that.
Oh, great.
As her body shines with like green energy, as she thrusts herself toward the thing. A minor action will be to activate her Shield of the Iron Mind, which will grant her a +4 power bonus to will and saving throws. It's a zone that moves with her, lasts with her until the end of the encounter, even if she goes down. Perpetually persisting zone. There's that. There's a move and a minor, and a standard action is going to be to sneer and snarl and say, "My mind is stronger than yours," as her body torques back with the glowing green light and launches a 39 against will, which will actually be a 41.
It hits.
Target falls unconscious.
It does. Many minds silenced in but a moment.
She that after effect won't matter when it wakes up. I'll use an action point. I have one of those, and because it's unconscious, if I hit it with any attacks, I'll coup de grace. I have a +7 to the attack rolls. I'll spend a power point. The lowest attack roll there is a 37.
37 just hits.
Okay, then that'll be 32 plus. This counts as a dragon, right?
Yes, it's an aberrant
Okay.
dragon.
Right, then I deal 3d12 damage on crits against dragons. That's 12d12 points of damage. 94 points of damage.
A lot of damage.
I feel like an aberrant dragon is the best thing for Emmy to fight.
As a matter of
That
fact,
way.
yeah,
Uh,
that will be the end of her turn.
it just gets to do its saving throw. It does.
It does get one of those.
Start of the turn, it gets to do saving throws against stunned or dazed, but not dominated or unconscious in this case. So it will just try it. Oh, look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It does succeed, yes. Cannot
So
dispute
it will,
that.
It will wake up. Is there an after effect? Or is that...
It's 18 psychic damage, but yeah, that'll just wash off of
yes,
it.
yes, it does.
Okay. It'll be my turn then, yeah? The save happens at the end of its turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Move action. We'll mark it. So we can do that. It might matter. Minor action. Give myself 10 temporary hit points. We can do that. A standard action will be to become the Screaming Gale around this terrible plague-changed worm as it lays prone, and she has combat advantage against it anyway, using her Storm Dance Strike ability. This will be a miss for 8 points of damage. She is now in a stance if it tries to move away without shifting. That is the end of my turn.
It doesn't really have to, though, because whenever an enemy ends its turn within 3 of it, it can do an immediate reaction attack.
Okay.
Face around. Now, this would be a -2 because it is prone.
Yep, that will miss, and she will perform an immediate reaction against the immediate reaction, and her body will phase out 48 versus armor class.
That hits.
19 damage, and she teleports between it and the coast.
So it basically tries to throw her away so that it can do its weird psionic stuff. It's another of those unfortunate things that makes it more perfect for her to fight, that it likes to be at range. Ambush things. But she always knows where it is, and that makes it harder to. Right, well, it will stand up, of course, and turn to her because she is charge.
3-charge roll.
Does reach. Goes for it. Instead, it will try to do a bite attack.
Okay. That will hit.
17 damage and 20 ongoing psychic damage.
Okay. That takes off the temporary HP. I'm down to 155. And I'll just call that ongoing 10. We'll call it ongoing 20.
As it bites into the scales and skin, it's like just an incredibly loud scream begins inside her mind, which is rather distracting and sort of damaging. Or she's somewhat resistant to it, but it is the scream of perhaps many victims it has had in the past. Then it will spend an action point to use a double claw attack.
All right, double claw attack.
1 and 2.
Those will both miss.
Oh.
Sure did.
Probably tactically should have done that first, but as it then tries to lash out, but she manages to move away.
Yeah. Yeah, I take 10 of the 20. Like so. Move action is going to be spent. I don't need to do that. Minor action is going to be spent breathing dragon breath over the worm. Poison. 36 versus reflex, excuse me.
That hits.
Okay, 16 points of poison damage.
Seems unnaturally lithe and sort of twisting for a dragon, certainly. Moving in unnatural ways. But that still does.
Has practice against Forsica tricks.
Mm-hmm.
A move action will be converted to a minor because she's not sure how well this thing might be able to escape. She fortifies her mind so that she cannot be slowed, immobilized, or restrained. That matters.
Right.
Triumph. And her standard action will be spent on a living fortress attack as the very essence of the ground, perhaps Earth Genasi style, surrounds her and lashes out against the worm. That'll be a 39 versus armor class.
And that hits.
Yep, that's 26 damage, and she counts as having cover.
Right.
Alright.
At the end of her turn, it will try another facing strike.
That will miss, because her will is very high now. And I will make a saving throw. And succeed.
It is its turn once more. What else we got? This dragon is a problem, but it is not the usual way of solving those against enemy people. It opens its strange twisted maw and breathes out more screams of terror.
That will not hit.
Death weapon.
Enemies are is too tough.
Yeah, sort of a physical strike almost.
Hmm. Her body endures the blast.
We'll try to shift backwards.
And she will teleport after it.
Probably. You're in the snap or whatever we are.
Yep. This bizarre reality in which we live.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well, then it will follow that up.
That will not hit her armor class.
Give me Zure.
Okay. I am going to use a single PowerPoint Brutal Barrage attack. Don't want it to keep moving away. We'll just start hammering into it with her entire body, buffeted by the psionic winds. The lowest roll there is going to be a 31 actually, so it'll just be one hit then.
Yeah.
32 points of damage all the same. It does not fall prone. She begins to slam into it with claw and teeth, trying to catch it and rip it apart. That'll be the end of the turn. It gets to make an attack. It's immediate reaction. That will not hit her will.
Yeah. It will not. It has a recharge, however. Fails. Just for the breath. Because it gets to do that. Privileged.
I know, right?
Then it will just double claw.
Oh, miss.
Horrendous. Yeah, alright. It tries to lash on with its claws.
Okay. Alright. I will, sure, I'll try. It might fail the saving throw. I will 2 PowerPoint augment a knifing wind attack as she seeks to knife into this enemy's creature's brain once again. Puts me at 9 power points. That'll be 48 versus armor class.
Hits armor
It'll
class
take
now.
26 points of damage, and it's dazed until the end of my next turn. Doesn't even get a save.
Beast until end of next turn. Alright.
Alright. That's the end of my turn. It doesn't get immediate reactions because it's dazed.
It just gets the bite.
That will miss through the cover and the fact that I hit it, so I have a +2 item bonus to armor class.
And, one action.
Yep, one action. It's dazed. I have an extra damage modifier equal to my charisma modifier. I will spend a power point. Go down to 8. Brutal Barrage again. The lowest attack roll there is going to be a 34. I have a 34, a 38, a 40, and a 45. It's going to be 2 hits.
Yeah.
Alright, 32 points of damage and it falls prone. Actually, that should be an extra 10 points of damage.
It is bloodied.
Okay. Yeah, there'll be an extra 10 points of damage. Because of my beguiling advantage. Is bloodied. Alright. She rips the thing back down to the ground. Ends her turn. When her turn ends, the daze effect wears off.
Okay, that's not for it. It will provoke by moving away.
It'd have to stand up and then. Okay. Let me go ahead and make it that attack. That'll be 32 versus armor class, which will miss. We'll just take 8 points of damage. That doesn't get slowed.
Alright, it has a move speed of 9.
Okay.
Since you're between it. This one hex is 1 square, right? So
Sure.
for now, let's move there. That's quite far overland, but it moves 9 that way.
Okay. She goes after.
It
moves
that she
fast.
is perhaps as fast as it.
Yeah, as it now discovers that, yes. There's that. Yes. It leads me into Netheril. A wild
That's
goose
why you
chase.
should have been concerned.
Son of a bitch, I didn't think it would come
Look at
up. How
that
does
coming
Manukau
back.
keep doing it?
That was the plan all along.
Oh, damn.
Welcome to the
All right.
Bloodstone Lands.
Yep. Single power point, augmented, brutal barrage attack. That is going to be the lowest attack roll. There's a 35.
It has 37.
Okay, that's 1 hit then, 32 points of damage. It does not fall prone. And then it gets its immediate reaction. I end my turn.
Sure does. Maybe one day. No,
It misses.
will not do it. Alright. Well, yeah. The problem. It provokes.
Okay. That's going to be
Okay,
the...
it will try to shift and you'll teleport after it.
Yep, I'll try to shift. Then I'll get this. That crits.
Okay. Yeah. Is that 27 damage then? Yeah.
No, that'll be maxed out. That'll be 20 damage plus 8 plus 4 plus 3d12. 51 points of damage. And it's slowed until the end of my next turn.
Slowed.
In addition, I teleport 5 squares and then teleport the target to a square adjacent to me. So I pull it back further into the coast 5 squares.
It tries to use its ego control.
That will miss because her will is at 39.
Nothing for it to hit. Alright. Well, that was a failure. I should also have recharged its breath.
Imagine sheep having multiple recharges that you could just like bounce off of.
Yeah.
Privilege here. Alright. It's slowed. She has beguiling advantage against it. I will single power point. Takes me down to 6. Brutal barrage attack. The lowest there is going to miss. But due to its armor class, that'll be 3 hits. That's 32 points of damage and it falls prone. Actually, that's not 32. That's 32 plus 47 points of damage and it falls prone.
Yeah, it is twitching in all sorts of weird places. From
Yeah.
this continued
Yeah.
barraging.
Yeah, she doesn't try talking to it because, I mean, what the fuck's she going to say? Like, a taunt won't work.
It tries to
Nope.
move to be upright again. Okay. It seems like most of what it has doesn't work, which is... That said, it did get a breath weapon back, so it can...
That will miss. Her body is too tough.
Stood up. Oh, is the slow here? Is that end of turn?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the slowed was until the end of my next turn. So yeah, it's no longer slowed.
Music.
Okay. Single power point takes her down to 5. I said takes me down to 5. Brutal barrage attack. That will be 1 hit for 32 points of damage. It does not fall prone.
32 and no pro. Alright.
32 and no pro.
Now it can actually...
That'll be the end of her turn. End of her turn. The 44 absolutely does
Crit.
hit. All right.
Crit. Let's
How much
see.
damage will that be?
That is 25 normal damage and
25 psychic damage, which would be 15 with her.
30. So 25 normal damage and then 38.
Which would be 25, 28, would be 53 points of damage. I will immediate interrupt and reduce the damage of that to 0, but I will still take the -2 penalty to armor class. As her body becomes as tough as iron.
It's on a roll.
Okay. Okay. Single power point brutal barrage attack. Hammer it down. That will be 2 hits because the lowest roll there is a 40. Well, not the lowest roll, but the 38 becomes a 40. There'll be 32 points of damage, and it falls prone. That's the end of her turn. Gets the immediate reaction against me because I'm in its range.
-2 to this.
-2.
39.
It'll be a 39, which will hit.
Right.
Absolutely hit me there.
13 psychic damage.
Which becomes 3 psychic damage.
5 square.
I am pushed away. Okay. Shoved away.
In the mountains.
Into the mountains. My god, the power.
Oh, it's still a fight here.
Alright. So it uses its move action to stand up. And then...
Yeah. And, oh man. Here. I'd like to just dominate this dragon and then leave. That's not what it gets back, though, so, I suppose have a breath weapon. No, that still doesn't do it.
No. How far does that breath reach? Not close blast 10. Jesus! Close blast 10. I just read that. Oh my god!
Yep, that's what breath weapons are supposed to look like.
Close blast 10. Okay. Not taking any ongoing effects. No, cool. Alright, great. Just wanted to make sure. She moves up next to it. Single power point brutal barrage attack. Takes me down to 3 power points. That'll be 2 hits for 32 points of damage and it falls prone.
Yes.
That's right.
It falls prone, and this time doesn't come back up.
Yeah.
As,
Does it like turn into some sort of like goo or mist upon like
she
that?
smacks it, and it's kind of like cracking the shell of a shellfish, right?
Okay.
Like it twists and blows, and it like tries to twist itself into some sort of seemable shape, but what remains is just kind of like this. It really looks like some sort of deep sea creature that has been taken up on land, right? It sort of begins to bulge and expand, and it's not really recognizable as a dragon, like kind of the skeleton, maybe. I mean, if you found these bones after they've been cleaned out, you would see that it was a dragon, but something was definitely wrong with it. Beyond that, there's like a psionic scream, which, as it dies, will immediately use another breath weapon. It doesn't actually matter.
Nope, won't hit.
But there you go. There's psionic scream. This is a burst instead.
Oh, okay.
That's
good.
Here, so. As it sort of twists and dies. It would have probably run away if it hadn't been, on the ground so much.
Yeah. It's what you did to Ophisterolix.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah,
Oh.
It's dead, though.
I should have taken less damage because of my resistance 5 against all dragons. Son of a bitch. Oh well. Next time. Next dragon fight.
Yeah.
She breathes in deep, inhales, her armor class is restored, the storm dance and the mental triumph and the fucking shield of the iron mine that fades away, leaving her. She scrutinizes the thing to make sure that it's not pulling any tricks on her. It's not gonna suddenly reanimate. She'll think about Veristrix. She'll inhale deeply, on a shuddering breath. And then she'll pick up the body and claws, swivel, and take flight, heading back for the camp.
Yeah. I mean, she faces no more opposition, right? This was sort of what had been considered something this group couldn't deal.
Yeah.
by these alien minds, she might not be exactly what anyone expected.
Absolutely. Who could expect that?
Yeah. What do you mean she couldn't even be dominated if it hit?
Yeah. But what do you? This is the exact thing she's been training for. Son of a
Pretty
bitch.
much. Pretty much. Wish that's a cicatrix spot or something.
Yeah. This time it is more with like a flourish, although I imagine that lookouts are going to see her and the body she's carrying flying ahead.
They're not actually sure what it is she's carrying. They probably guess from context, but the lookouts haven't really seen it.
Of course not.
Because most people who get to see it for real up close don't.
She will swoop down and, because she doesn't want to drag the body at any point, and like land like in the center of their camp and like let go of the body.
It sort of splurges out and covers a larger area than you'd think. I mean, people gather around, right, to see this this thing. Looking at Missouri, a little bit of stunned silence, like, they can all detect that there's no mind in there. To reach out their own.
Emmy's earlier says, if another 10 minutes is required in order to ensure that I have not been taken over or infected, I will permit this.
He says, no, if you were one of them, I think. He looks at that. I don't think there was much we could stop you.
He says, I cannot swear that it has been the entity which has hunted you, your kind, only that it tried to hunt me, and failed.
I think they will be even more afraid of us now. But hopefully we can get to where... And he sort of thinks this, because he doesn't actually know to where, except near the Golfendor forest. Perhaps we need to discuss what exactly we're going to do now. Or rather, where we're going to do it.
Yes. Travel will not be a problem. You said you could take water, but if you do not mind aerial, I have a number of hippogriffs and such that can help transport.
I think we would be more comfortable and more able to bring our luggage on water.
That is suitable. I will... He looks around and says, how much time do you need to prepare?
10 day, perhaps.
Hmm.
What we have here can be brought with us fairly quickly.
I will rest with you then, and make the return trip with you, so that any retaliation, or any other interruptions, for the sea is tempestuous as Umberlee exerts her influence, will also have to deal with me.
Yeah, last night he looks at the thing and says, with this... And he sort of looks at Missouri because she doesn't even really look hurt. Bothered by
No, she's not.
with this, I almost hope they sent something.
The Missouri leader says, the more they send sooner, the more they may learn. Let's keep the entities of the far realm themselves shrouded in a bit of confusion.
Looks around and says, all right. And then speaks his own language, probably telling people to, pack up what they have and make their preparations. They're leaving here tomorrow. Getting late now. Yeah, they're going to Airspur, the downside of Airspur. Because Airspur is the capital of Akinul, and it is a city primarily by air genasi, a bunch of floating, earth moats that don't have bridges or anything. So if you don't fly, it's hard to navigate. But there is a sizable part of the town that is on the ground under it, where the actual port.
Sure, she'll go with them.
They will pay for a ship. Some people have, sad to see them go, but most of the people in this order were were from the area that's sort of been attacked, and so they don't have too much family really sort of holding them back here anymore.
Did they want to do anything with like the plague change, like Worm Corpse, like exact some sort of like vengeance or chop it up into little pieces? I don't know what, even with the 20, like I don't know what sort of like Earth Genasi might want to do the exact vengeance of the body.
They will tell you that what they have had luck with the Aboleths is to desiccate them, to dry them out completely. And that seems to be to do it with fire is probably okay, but mostly it just sort of turns them into noxious gas. So
Sure.
it has a little bit of a consistency like a jellyfish, right? They'll bring out like a tub of salt and dump it on there, and then build fires around it to sort of dry it out into what is presumably like some sort of husk.
All right.
And then ideally sort of try to make it as unrecognizable as possible, because they will say you can never be quite sure they're actually staying dead.
Sure. It seems a fitting tribute for them to do that and leave it here when they go, instead of me pack the body into a portable hole and throw it on the altar.
Yeah.
I like that.
Also, not really something Unions would want on that altar. Yeah.
Well, Millar's getting it.
Oh, he'll be happy for all the shellfish. Yeah. Yeah.
Millar's gonna take what he gets. Damn it.
Yeah. I mean, does she stay amongst them, or does she like?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. They are lively.
She'll stay with them on the tramp to Airspur, and then follow, like, be by the boat when it leaves.
Their voices are rumbling. They are lively people, though, even if they're most of the Earth Genasi are. Again, sort of a down-to-earth sort of people. They enjoy tea. They enjoy mostly quiet things. They speak to each other fondly, and there's clearly camaraderie, and also a cheer to them. Probably given her arrival, and this something is happening, right? And this thing has been dealt with, and it seemed almost easy for her. It took her like a day to go find it and kill it. It is something that's been plaguing them for a long time. By that account, maybe now something can actually be done.
Right. If only epic tier people could solve my problems in real
They could
life.
just show up and deal with things. Yeah, that would be something, right?
It's haunted me for years, and just here you go.
Oh, let me take care of it tonight.
Mm.
Oh, great.
Tonight? Okay, are you sure?
Well, the future looks different, I guess.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. That said, she will be approached by who might ask her like information about where she's planning for them to go. Probably also in regards to what they should like be bringing.
Absolutely. She has intimate detail, as it turns out, over the western and central like Gulfmere Forest. Given their penchant and desire for like how they, like the place that they come from, the ridge of mountains that's like between like the Osran Mountains and the Gulfmere, that's like east of Nathlan, or Nathlak, I should say, is where she thinks they would be most suitable. It's right on like the southern edge of the Gulfmere. It's a bit distant from the coast. It's within like the sphere of the Emerald Enclave. It's probably the most suitable like place that's like most reminiscent of home for them.
Yeah.
And they're free to like terraform that to like suit their own like.
There's also plenty of caves there and such. Yeah. The fact that they're not going to live in the woods, it's probably, there isn't really a lot of forest here. They wouldn't really know what to expect from that. Mountains are a good thing. Yeah, she will not be bothered by aberrant creatures. He brings them back at the Airspur and along the way. Maybe the creatures know doing, or maybe they haven't actually been informed that the dragon has failed. Certainly there must be some limit to the range of their psionic.
Right, they can't know everything, damn it, right?
Surely. Yeah, in Airspur, it's a fairly quiet stay. Probably stay the night. It is quite a trek from one to the other, right? and then they'd like hire a ship and so forth. But eventually, short time in Dragon time, they will be on their way. A ship that has been paid extra to go north this way around, and of course the dragon protection also helps. Sailing for Starmantle, not a place that's known for trade.
Well, Star Mantle, they say.
The ruins of it. Temple of Malar.
There we go. Star Mantle's been deleted from people's memories now. Humans don't even know what Star Mantle is anymore.
It's true. These people never knew. Yeah. Probably do like a stop in around Termish to resupply, and then this world's actually pretty big, especially when you can't just fly in a straight line to get anywhere.
Sure.
But yeah, they will arrive.
Hooray.
Clear foreigners at this place. Certainly very little in common with the locals.
It's good.
I'll put their token. I'll move Mrs. Summer Spa here.
Yeah, get out of here, Summer Spa.
These people are gonna live here.
That's right, damn it.
Move them here as the. It'll take a little bit for them to like set up, like in 1 month or so. But in the grand scheme of things, they're not that many people, and once they can set themselves up and be supplied with food and such, because they're not. That hasn't really been something they had to worry about in the past, like foraging. They've mostly been supplied by.
It's not going to be a problem for them moving forward. At least the Green Dragon doesn't intend for it to be a problem.
They're like, all right, now you got to deal with winter. Better prepare some firewood. Good luck. I'll see you in a couple of years.
Bye.
Left in the mountains. They're capable, but they're not used to country living. But they'll begin setting up their things.
Right.
It's probably hard for them to recruit people.
Yeah. She'll inform them that Genasi do pass through occasionally, like carrying like news, which is how she learned about the Order of the Cerulean Sign, and she could ensure that mention is made, like among like the passing travelers. There might be some psionically gifted or just folks who want to find like these 30 like ragtag hardy survivors.
Well, certainly it helps that Emissary is, even more now after she made a pass through Acheronor, is being known for being involved in this, like, anti-aberration, like, the fact that she has joined up with probably even the other way around, that the Order of the Cerulean Sign has joined up with her to fight these things together. It's a statement that the people who are looking for that sort of thing, that means something. There's actually an organized effort.
Yeah.
So a problem that most people would rather think it's never going to come bother them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's much like the Crusader in 13th Age, folks. You want the evil paladin to fight the demons. have the worshipper of Malar fight the aberrations instead of coming after you.
Yeah, though there haven't been many here, while the fleet of Umberlee has been here.
That has been nice, but can't rely on the fleet of Umberlee being there forever.
Cerulean Sign might even say that, a while back, it wasn't such a problem, because they said that some, a lot of like pirate ships and such spirits were in the waters down here north of Threskull, this sort of was straight. But then they moved to the Pirate Isle, and then things got real bad. So, yeah, it seems like the Aboleth sort of aberrants just keeping out of the way.
Right, they can relocate too, and don't have to be around where Umberlee's fleet is.
It goes without saying, the aberrant creatures, especially on many, there are many different nuances and sides and such. There's not like all aberrant creatures are joined together.
Yeah, far realm politics is not a knowledge skill I've taken.
But none of them like the undead.
Yeah.
That is a
Wow.
common denominator. That
Yes.
white players don't like him. Aboleth don't like him.
Yeah. I didn't have to become undead to become immune to daze and dominate.
Certainly, I mean, as we know, undead can even be knocked unconscious. So
Yeah, that's it's a thing.
Undead are dumb.
Oh, shit.
you just can't
It's like
eat their brains, absorb their consciousness.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you even fighting for?
I think we'll end this bit with me doing things here with a thing that's going to bleed into a company action. Missouri Legion's here feels reinvigorated. Didn't quite find a dragon for Yenko, but she that was, her expectations there were mutable because she wasn't sure what she was going to find, and she met those expectations. She's easy to please anyway. I think it's then time to impress that upon the other leaders of the Emerald Enclave. To do that, she is going to pull out the necklace that she took last year, the Hope of Nobanian. And she is going to make sure that the upper leadership of the Emerald Enclave, as she gathers folks in various council meetings, sees it, is made aware of it, can hold it and feel it. They have exhibited a lot of lost hope and confusion about what could happen next, about how the Emerald Enclave could solve problems, about how this green dragon was going to help them in ways that Cindermoon couldn't. And let this be known that, hope still exists and burns for nature. Now, she doesn't intend to use it positively for Nobanian, but let them believe that it could happen, that Nobanian could be restored, that there is a route forward to doing that the Spellfire avatar doesn't have to exist forever. I want to make an argument for increasing sovereignty.
Yeah. Along with that, could you give me a bluff check?
Yeah, you got it.
Because I feel like someone might be like, but
Wait a
but I
second.
heard about in Netherlands,
Yeah, wait a second here. That
That's
sounds
might be-
36. I guess I won't use fast talk.
That is really good. I think with a show like that, right? The Wemmick Paladin might even offer Emisore that something like this must be protected, but it is not going to be dangerous. He will swear an oath to stay and guard her lair as long as it holds this.
God, that must be so painful for him.
Oh yeah,
Considering what her lair is.
there isn't much hope. around, he's been looking for something else.
She agrees.
He will do so.
I think the primary reason she does is, so many concerns aside, just the exquisite pain he must be in to offer this to her. Oh, God. That's delicious.
He just if Nobanian could be brought back,
Yeah.
that must happen. Yeah. Beyond that, I think yeah, with a decent love, I mean, yeah, do a check. Let's see if you can.
All right. Territory plus treasure with a +1 bonus because the Missouri Leader Seer is directly involved. So that's 7 dice. Triple 10, double
That
2.
looks like a sovereignty increase.
Okay. Sovereignty goes up to
people
3.
are brought together, right? Okay, yeah. Nobanian's still in the game. If that's your thing, then you can still work with the Enclave. There's finally some resolution in some way. There's been a lot of questions about what should happen to them, and there's been different purges and whatnot. And this is a move to basically, it's a mission statement, right?
Yeah.
Maybe eventually we can battle this thing and overcome.
Yeah. Well, preserve nature in all its forms, and that includes Nobanian, who's a part of nature. Everything in nature has its place. Those are old goals that the Chosen of Sylvanas had before the Spell Plague, and she likes to reinforce those. Makes people forget about some of the bad things that she does.
Even if that place is now under a mad baboon god,
nature has a hierarchy, okay?
Mhm. Natural.
Where do baboons rank on that?
Top,
Well,
apparently.
on top, it's cyclical. Millar had a downturn, got his ass handed to him. Bad things happen, but now he's on the upswing. It's a cyclical thing, this whole nature bit. Yeah.
Why
Think
did you
of-
win? Because when it really counted, and you had to choose between protecting your worshippers or attacking your weakened enemy, he chose to attack his enemy. And let his worshippers burn. But he got a good strike in, and Nopanion chose the other way.
Hmm. All right. I'm done taking action, I guess, other than like a final reinforcement of Nova create two things. Keep an eye on Summerspaw, and don't kill him. But try not to. That'll be awkward.
How can I do both? I mean,
I know.
contradicting goals. Oh boy.
No.
Well, at least he doesn't have to spend like a decade in the mountains.
Yep.
All right,
Right.
yeah. Yeah, no, great. Never. Always was a bit of a brute in his way of doing things. Yeah. I mean, Norlis Summerspaw is not going to say much. He's going to be the kind of guy who stands like by the throne, even when no one's sitting on it.
Yeah.
Sort of a vigil. So. And if someone were to show up and try to break in, he would have to stand in front of them and tell them no.
What an example of like an adventure path when like the adventurers come across like raiding like an evil lair, and then like this obligation like person who's not bad is like forced to do this thing because of like honor. Oh, it's so good, so delicious.
Yeah. All right. That was a lot of Gareth. So, Sheep, have you anything else you wanna pursue?
Nothing intensive, I don't think. I considered finally contacting those harpies, but I mean, why? They'll get upset eventually, and then I'll have to deal with them, so that'll happen naturally.
You live there long enough, they'll come petition you about something.
Exactly. Like, if they want Villiger's attention, then they know what they have to do, probably. Live and let live. That's what Villiger is all about.
I suppose that's true. He has so many other problems that he's not looking for like other problems.
Exactly. Why annoy more things when they'll naturally get annoyed anyways?
About that then, you can add 1,000 gold to your treasury as I mean they basically don't have money because they don't trade with anyone. But every now and then basically an appeasement gift will be left like on top of his lair or near it. Which are probably just things they do to keep things as they are,
That's perfectly
You
acceptable.
put a little thing there and then you go away, and then the dragon stays home. They don't actually like. It's not like the monetary value is anything.
It's about the principle, and it's good.
Yeah, I mean it's just some of what they have, right? That we put there.
He really is the best dragon of us all to appease when it comes to like a whole principle thing, where it's like the value doesn't matter so much as like what it shows.
It'll be over a long time, right? Probably more than this year or next year. That they like it's really like not much at a time, but yeah, it's a small appeasement tribute, and that might be the only interaction. They don't want to talk to the dragon. Dragons are scary. Someone who does want to talk to dragons, though, it's something both Emizure and Venignith will be informed about. Is that just through your people probably is that Anglaspark is planning a trip to the Dragonfang to talk to both of them.
All right. I mean, he's welcome to.
Ideally together.
these early leaders are here, so that's like, ah, shit, this is about like me visiting Termish. I tried to stay away from the coast. Thinks to herself, like, how can I get out of this? Like, goes through like a whole Rolodex of like excuses that she could make, and then it's like, ah, damn it, just go. It's gonna be the least amount of effort involved in trying to think of some sort of like stupid way to get out of this.
Eventually, a messenger will get to, will come and say that, you know, especially that Angler Spark and the ruler of Termish has asked to meet in Missouri at the Dragon Fane, and at this exact date. I don't have it, but he gives like an exact date.
Sure.
For when he wishes to be there, so that everyone knows well time ahead of time and can reschedule if it doesn't fit.
That would be Anglispark, the polite dragon. Yeah. He's over here. Legious here will spend her time scheming like a way to get around it. Then, probably like the day before, she arrives at the Dragon Fane. The day before.
Malignant will, of course, have had the same.
Yeah, will definitely, after his previous meeting with another creature of importance, have returned to the Dragon Fane to be present there. I mean, there's a bunch of black dragons around, apparently. He should at least be present and show them that he exists.
That's probably... That might actually be odd for Emmy's early just when she like shows up the day before. Like, is there still like black dragon traffic like coming in and out of the Fane?
Yeah, they visit every now and then. Whenever they can sort of sneak away for a while. It's a quite long flight. But the Dragon Fane has sort of become like a teenage rebellion site for them. They can go there and be respected as dragons who are not like constantly being kicked around by the other bigger dragons. Malignant isn't mean to them or doesn't tell them what to do constantly, and he doesn't take their treasure away, you know? Which is a lot better than they're used to. Beyond that, the Dragon Fane is a symbol that dragons can be more than they are, right? That dragons shouldn't have to constantly run and cower and hide, living in a Comerian land where you really have to just try not to get too noticed, right? Here, you can be a dragon and spread your wings and don't even have to be in the shadow all the time. Be around people and have food. Like a free hotel. Well, free, because they don't charge you, but you're still gonna bring gifts. She does charge you.
A lot, actually.
Oh, yeah. You can't access most of their treasure. It's being safe kept for them. But yeah, there might be like one or two of them that I hear.
Okay.
Smaller. Well, probably about her size, right? But clearly weaker or younger, having been far less opposed than her. Had to adapt and grow far less.
Sure. Emmy's early leader has been kicked around too. It's okay. I get it. Like Emmy's early leaders here, like retreats like her area that Valigna said like was that area ever so long ago when the Dragon Fang was first formed. Remembering everything that the Gardener did, and she schemes and plots and tries to contemplate what Anglispark could want and why she has to fly all the way here to have a meeting about it. But whatever. Maybe it isn't about the coast. That'd be great.
With the news that Anglispark's arriving, though, the Black Dragons will make themselves scarce.
Understandable.
They'll choose to leave. They don't need another master to tell them what to do. Yeah. Anglispark has a bit of a... He's known somewhat as a bully to younger dragons, you know. He's very polite about it, but, you know, he still sort of does the same thing that Sevrius does. He's just much nicer. Well, putting up a much nicer front.
It's like the strict dad where Sevrius is just an asshole.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, say strict dad picks you up, asshole still got your treasure. You're double fucked.
True.
They're going back up north. Also, for them, Termish is very far away. You know, they live in the vast swamp up there.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. Anglesbach, of course, arrives dawn of the day when he said he would. Large blue dragon. It's only grown larger since you last saw him. Impressive. Though certainly, there's less of a gap. Anglesbach is an epic tier. Epic tier dragon, but not high in there. You've dealt with beings that are certainly more powerful than Gildenfire.
I try to repress those bibbers.
As he'll arrive, shake himself a little bit to get the like morning dew off of his scales. Smelling like ozone as usual. As he will look at how's he greeted.
I don't think there would be a huge fanfare about his arrival. The plateau of the Dragonfane, of course, would be clear and clean. Valignov sitting there to greet him. Perhaps a dwarf or three sitting on the side to deliver requests if there are any, but that's about it.
Emissary Legionnaire wouldn't emerge from her designated zone until Anglesbach actually lands.
She can hear the crash as she lands, though. He is heavy, and his scales are very bulky.
Yeah. It's go time for her.
Yes, he will land. And give Valignant a deep bow. I greet you again, champion of... Has Emissary Litrathier also arrived? I requested.
She is here. I expect she will emerge soon enough. Otherwise, I will send someone to fetch her.
As if on cue.
I thank you again for our last correspondence. The giants have been very helpful, keeping both peace and order.
I'm glad to hear that their service was useful to you.
And he looks at him. I greet you, Emissary Litrathier. The golf fair has never been a less inviting place than it is now.
I greet you, Anglesbach, son of Anglithos. Termish has certainly been reorganized under your rule to something more suitable for this world.
He prides himself on it, and that's visible. He says, it has been a struggle. They have resisted my efforts heavily, but in time they will come to not just accept me, but rejoice in what I have brought them. That said, I am here today and have asked for you both to be here so that we might have a bit of a summit. Short notice, I understand. Certainly more to talk about, but messengers can only convey so much, and I have grand plans. My nation is limited in scope. We have people, mercenaries, and now we have armies. Produced, trained, well-maintained, and orderly, disciplined. But what we don't have enough of is wealth. Termish was ever poor, and it remains so. I am looking for opportunities to expand my realm, both in territory, but also, and more importantly perhaps, in treaties, in deals, in relations. Other nations around me have allies. They have banded together to protect themselves, and I have not been invited to any such meetings. He smiles slightly, perhaps imagining what it would be like to be at a meeting with a bunch of, human rulers. So I thought, why not meet with my fellow dragons? Perhaps it is time we formalize some sort of, well, whatever exactly the relationship between us is.
Because our allegiance here looks at Velignith. She knows she's the better conversationalist. She's amazing and wonderful at it. But Velignith is the one who wants to cooperate more with dragons, and this is also the Dragon Fane, which is like the whole Tiamat thing, and he's a direct representative. And Velignith looks different the more she looks at him. She can't really place her finger on it or claw at it. So she looks at Velignith like non-verbally, as they've communicated for so many years. Like, you want to take this first?
I think Velignith won't give a nod, but rather just take the initiative. As he says, what would be the intent, the goal in such a formal deal? Something for the rest of the world to know of our alliance, or something to put guidelines to our cooperation? What exactly is it you are intending?
He nods along, politely listening. He's an active listener, as he will explain himself. The world thinks we are a passing phenomenon. It sees us as dragons who have temporarily taken over a nation, a realm, a mountain range. And they await to speak to whoever might overthrow us. I wish to show them. This action is meant to show a multitude of things. Yes, I wish this to be open for people to know our relationship, because that will convey strength. It will convey that we have faith in one another, and that it is not simple to eradicate us, get rid of us, to oppose us. Once some nations, some factions begin to engage in diplomatic relations, others will have to or fall behind. I understand your realms are not well fit for trade exactly, but the trade route going south from these mountains does link up with the one in Tremish. There is a chance that we could revitalize these regions, bringing trade and renewing the infrastructure. Keeping the steps in check will be necessary, of course, but that will be a minor. Beyond that, there is a chance for certainly a pact of non-aggression, non-intrusion upon one another's realms, which should be public. It looks, because that seems already sort of to be done, but it should be formalized. More so, we could discuss potential acts of mutual defense, ensuring that our realms only grow rather than shrink. At the moment, I recognize that perhaps I have the most to gain from such a pact, but I have seen you both gain influence and power quickly, and I see no reason why that would stop. We have common threats, all of us. He looks to perhaps Imizure for that. He does know that he has been visited by a very unpleasant Iron Pillar that stole a bunch of his people and decimated the small town. He couldn't really do much about that at the time. Didn't try. Wasn't really in control. Thus, I think perhaps working together on some of our goals would be good. Beyond that, I would certainly not mind expanding my influence in the region of the Dragon Coast. My neighbors to the east, the nation of Akenul, are vehemently opposed to draconic rule. Apparently, the place they come from has seen draconic rulers of great success. They fear what we might become should we ally together. Of course,
I
if there's
see.
something that better suits you, I am perfectly happy to rephrase things, change things as might be relevant.
I absolutely support your plans of expansion and consolidation of your power. In addition, I do think that my lands contain some things that might be of interest to yours. The land west of here, the open more into the Underdark, contains much untapped potential that I'm working on. The dwarves of Thunderhome are skilled at their forges and such. Many of their products could be helpful to you, I'm sure. But you must understand that I am of two places, so to speak. I have my territory, I have my own interests, and then I have the interests of another to be pursued whenever possible. I, of course, mean that the Dragonfane and my territory are sometimes the same, but in this case, I think they are very different. Just as my work on my own personal ambitions is very different from the things I have to do. The latter can never be. I would not want to agree to any formal pact that I might not be able to uphold because of other priorities. I can't promise you that I will always have time for your call of need, should it be ever necessary, because the things I'm working towards are so far beyond me, I could not predict what will happen. Therefore, I will definitely announce to the world that I absolutely support everything you do, but I would not agree to a formal contract of any sort that I might not be able to uphold.
Nods, that is it is better than agreeing to something he can't, really can't uphold. Though, of course, he looks to Emissary. See what it seems that he certainly considers her the ruler of the Gulfmere. Probably Nathland too.
Missouri Leader Thier has enjoyed not really having to talk and listening to these two. But when Valigna falls quiet, she blinks, tilts her head, looks up at Anglisberg, and says, I lead an enclave devoted to preserving and protecting nature in all its forms. So long as I do that, and so long as Turmish does not fall under the sway of some aberrant influence, as long as the fog does not sweep over it, then I do not see any larger conflict happening between the druids and rangers and barbarians of the Gulfmere and Turmish. Nor do I wish any conflict personally with you, for we have not wronged each other, and there are many others I would rather face. She says, as you understand, though, the Emerald Enclave and Gulthandor does not have civilization for some of the interactions you would seek, nor, given its myriad attitudes towards civilization, and indeed your nation, much like any other, it would not come to... The Emerald Enclave would not willingly come to the defense of another nation unless it was of a larger threat against nature. Perhaps if Thay itself tried to visit your shore, or the Iron Pillar returned, that would be different. But if some other nation of humans or the like were to attack you, I could not convince the Enclave to care.
What of Nathland?
The city of Nathlek is an experiment of mine to see how civilization fares. the rest of their land beyond that is currently consumed by savage beasts of some kind. I wish for Nathlek to keep its position under my claw for now, because I did work to preserve it from the shadow of Shar. And I'm sure Gildenfire would be upset as well were that to change. As she invokes the name of the Elder Gold Dragon.
Angus Bud. No, he's definitely not here to push for something that he cannot gain diplomatically.
Says that.
Because really his nation is a somewhat precarious position when it comes to allies. Not a lot of people like to trade with it.
Yeah. Says,
A few scrupulous sort of dark nations that aren't worshipping, Shar around here. He's not really into that. Comes with too many strings attached.
it is under my protection that Nathlek City is. And given what I have done for those people, and their favorite status, I see them going along with whatever I would choose to say.
Then should you choose for them to be a point upon a trade route between all three of us, Hermish, Nathlek, and then the mountains here at Thunderhome, it could prove profitable, particularly if Thunderhome could move goods further inland, as Termish can move them via the sea.
I would agree to that, without any cost or recourse, and I would see to it that Nathlek City agrees with that as well. Though it is worth reminding once again that the road is heavily plagued by all manner of creature and beast, and the army they're building up in Nathlek City is having difficulty protecting their own lands, much less projecting their power along a trade route.
I shall see to it that one of my subordinates is made to clean up some of these beasts. It would be good, as food scarcity this year might mean some of them might otherwise go hungry. Referring to some of the smaller dragons he has sort of bullied into his service, they gotta eat.
She doesn't have any problem with that, doesn't express any opinion. Just looks from Anglus Park to Valigna and says, I fully agree to making sure that Nathlek has a road open. What about you, Valigna? And Thunderhome?
Sure, Thunderhome would enjoy some trade. It is something they've been after for a while. Although things happened, I think that fell off their list of priorities as of late.
What is the status of the Underdark Passageway that would theoretically connect Thunderhome with Nathlek and thus Termish, Valigna?
Last time it was required of me to keep a large part of it safe enough for Thunderhome to do its constructions, although that was before I reminded them who was in charge. I'm sure that Thunderhome's focus could be pointed towards keeping that road intact. Now that there's a reason to. Previously, with just Nathlek being down there and Thunderhome not really, in my opinion, producing anything they might want, I didn't think too much about it, but if there were to be more activity that would benefit all of us, I would support it.
And so then trade could flow on the land from the Sword Coast through Thunderhome down to Nathlek and into Termish, while avoiding various bodies of water encroaching shadow and, well, perhaps involvement with... She looks at Anglus Spark, looks back at Valigna.
There is one issue, though, that will inevitably rear its ugly head. Down below the valley, as you very much know, Emmy, is another force that is not exactly friendly. It has acted against me as well as, I believe, Thunderhome before. And if there were to be a flourishing trade route that would cross this valley, it will get disturbed.
Obstacles happen for lesser creatures all the time. She says in like sort of like off-putting way, like, it's a caravan's problem, right?
I think this book
What does a
does have
dragon
this about-
understand? Yeah.
He looks to me like this could it be dealt with.
I'm sure it could be, but so far it was never high up on the list of priorities. It is not something I can deal with myself. It is a, unfortunately, quite powerful force. I know that Vesicatrix is working on a way to imprison it, although I was not able to help much with that, unfortunately. But in the end, I believe it has to be destroyed, which will be an arduous and dangerous affair that we can't simply delegate someone to.
Emisary Leader Theater says, considering the unnatural entity down there and what it represents, I could see to it that my enclave projects power and sort of like gestures, as I'll gesture to the map, like to look that ruined tower that Vigdis and those fire giants once dwelled over. I believe that is one of the sites where Cicatrix was looking to in order to contain what dwells beneath and assist in that so that the road can properly function as intended. Not really caring about the road, but more for the cooperation.
Should anything too much for you to handle on your own, carefully, my forces could be relegated to assist in some limited capacity. Careful not to suggest that they would, like, march in and hold the Dragonfane or anything like that, because, he wants to make sure that the other dragons don't feel threatened by his expansionist presence.
No, I'm afraid that this is something we'll have to take care of ourselves. And we will be able to once our focus is on it, which I'm happy to notice that now that wealth is involved, it suddenly seems more important to you, Emmy.
Emisary Leader Theater tilts her head and says, what do I care of the treasures of civilization? She says, not being entirely true, because dragons always covet wealth.
As she recently raided the treasury of a civilization.
Yeah, and took from it one item I'll have here now.
True.
Priceless.
Then trade is good. Beyond that, it seems none of us have intentions to expand onto one another's territory. That by itself is good enough. Perhaps then, if a direct alliance cannot be handled, a loose declaration of cooperation, so that anyone who wonders might know that we are in league together. If not sworn to protect one another, at least to aid one another in whatever capacity is convenient.
I have made it one of my missions to aid any dragon seeking to expand their territory against mortal kind and otherwise.
Emmy rolls her eyes up, like to the sky, as if she's heard that one before so many times.
Yet
Enemies are
pointing out Turnish specifically would mean more, I think, to the many other nations. We will, of course, publicly declare that we will give up. And he looks to Emissary as if this was something he held in the backhand, right? Give up any claim on the colonies in the Gulf.
Emisary Leader Theater says, I do not foresee the Enclave having any major hurdle with cooperating with Turmish, though I am sure that my lessers will squabble and find ways to harass your lessers, much as your lessers will find ways to harass mine. It will make them stronger.
He shrugs at that. People be people.
Yep, but you and I, and what we represent, we have no problem. And I have no problem letting others know that.
Good. Good. Then this was as I hoped. Ideally, when Formia, even the shadow in the north, hears of this alliance, they will think twice before trying to encroach upon our territory. If we stretch all the way from eastern Termish to the western end of the Giants Run Mountains, in a continuous part of territory, we will also have depth. Should my forces be defeated on the home front, I can retreat to your lands, and should yours be defeated, you can retreat to mine.
You bringing up the Netheril people to the north does make me think of something, Anglospark. When I broke Shar's presence in Affleck City, the remnants of their government, corrupted as they were by Shar, retreated into the Osran Mountains. I do not know what has become of them, whether they have managed to merge in with your people in Termish, or whether they've somehow escaped through the Shadowfell.
The Osram Mountains are vast. There are many valleys and cracks and caverns there. Even below it are peoples I have never really encountered, even while living there my entire life. Durgar and dwarven strongholds of the Underdark. There are many places they could disappear, dark nooks and crannies. As I have not seen them, that is what I will assume they have done. If you wish, I could try to comb through the mountains, see if I could find some evidence of them.
She says, I merely mentioned it out of concern. The stain across the sky can spread again.
He nods. And then there is this pillar. I had the unfortunate. I saw the devastation it left behind. Or rather the lack of it, as if no fight was had entirely. It is a concern, though one I have been able to ignore now for decades. Not been present.
I ventured to Akanul earlier this year and met with a group of Genasi, an order devoting itself to fighting the Far Realm. They spoke firsthand of the devastations this pillar can wrought, and in fact this group did survive firsthand an encounter with Sithu, the pillar, the soaring city, this heart of this Abalethic sovereignty. The Emerald Enclave is first and foremost devoted to facing the Far Realm, and so should any issues arise with it which involve Termish, the Enclave will take great interest, as will I.
Well, assume that I will aid you in what capacity I can against this threat. It disrespected my territorial integrity.
That's one way of putting it. I like that wording. That's good. The Missouri leader laughs, and she says, Yes, it will do that. The presence would be stronger here in the Dragon Coast, but the fleet of Umberlee has anchored itself out of Westgate, and aberrant creatures, cunning as they are, have known to flee from it. And so they will venture into other areas, so long as Umberlee's fleet is here.
He doesn't like the fleet of Umberlee either.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, they passed us by. They would have demanded money for each person in Termish, I'm sure. I'm not eager for the fleet to leave. At least not before we get trade set up.
I do not know what their timetable is or where they will venture next, only that they serve Umberlee. With, all the underpinnings of how, avaricious she is and cruel.
Nonsense. Who could serve such a fickle deity?
One depended upon the sea for their life. We are not.
The sea is good for trading and sailing, but not much else. He doesn't really. He wants land. He wants to have a map that he could put a big blue square on. Doesn't
Also
want-
understandable why he might want land trade so that he can stay away from the coast.
Yeah, it's also just like historically, it's been great. It's a bit of a way around to get through Westgate and such, but if you can pass around the Comerian like trade taxes, then that, that's what you want.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. With that though, he will offer to stay for a day or two to discuss just things, minor terms, or just news about how things are going. With him, it's been pretty quiet, really. He's been mostly trying to pacify the land. Termish is still poor. It is not a wealthy nation. Never was. And, he's been trying to make do with what he has, but his people are not as well equipped as he wished they were, simply from the lack of funding.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
He's
them
really
well trained because he's indiscriminate in his recruitment of various creatures, as long as he can make them disciplined.
These early Juthir will stay the day or two as well. Her people have taken efforts to pick up prisoners from Termish and Naflek City for her high hunts, but it might do better to actually discuss something like more formal for like a, like anyone who doesn't suit your environment. I'll take care of them and perhaps send some food.
Oh, he has prisoners.
Yeah.
His prison systems and mining colonies and whatnot are vast. And, though there's always use for labor, some people might be better off being traded for various goods and services.
Yeah. And these early Juthir and her people certainly have connections to that.
Yeah. Formalized extradition treaty.
There we go. That's the kind of wording that I can appreciate if my dragon can't. Formalized extradition treaty.
Nothing Aglaspark lives for.
Uh,
Yeah. Beyond that, he very much liked that Nathlek is under Emisari's control, and that the mountain range here is primarily under Liquid's control, because the dwarves are great at producing things, and he needs things for all his people, who are poor though. I mean, that's the real problem there. They can sell some labor or something. They can make him a little bit more money. Honestly, taxes is not a great way for a dragon to get money for the most part, because a lot of them has to go to things like sewage and whatnot. But
the burdens of civilization.
yeah, that's the problems of it. But maybe through the dwarves here, trade can begin to sort of flow through Erebor and all the way to the Sword Coast, and they pay really good money for. Beyond that, there's probably also the slight assumption or hope that the real loser of this relationship is going to be Nathlek, because their goods are worth a lot, like silk and like jade artifacts and such. Normally, they come from a very, very great distance, right? Nathlek can produce it here, and have in the past been basically very, very closed off in order to protect those things, so as to not get like invaded or something, for someone to just take all their porcelain. But there's clearly an undertone here of they will of course sell these things to both the dwarves and to Termish at fair prices, which will allow those two nations to sell that stuff on at a profit. Yeah, I don't know if Emissary cares about that.
Doesn't.
But Aglaspark is certainly happy to take advantage.
Yeah. She's not an accountant bureaucrat. That's for the folks in Naflek City to figure out what kind of.
Oh yeah, they are bureaucrats.
Yeah.
Lastly, perhaps, he will inquire as to what the two others know about Sevrius to the north. He has not met the dragon, but he has heard that he is an enterprising. Though it seems there is some concern whether or not he wants to become like Dread ruler of Comir, as most black dragons seem to deny wanting to be it. But that seems at odds with their actions. He's not entirely sure how that works.
Emissary Lidrathir will express that she has limited knowledge, only that Sevrius he hoards the wealth of other black dragons and turns them into his minions. He has recently come into the possession, relatively recently, of an orb of storms, which pirates had stolen from Cormyr, and then somehow ended up in Sevrius's possession. And she assumes that, believes but doesn't know for sure that Sevrius is not opposed to the whole idea of Shar, and perhaps like the whole gloom sweeping over is an opportunity against Cormyr, but doesn't know anything like for certain beyond that. Beyond that, she doesn't like. It's not her field.
Valagnac will add that he too assumes that Sevrius is maybe not allied to Shah, but at least not opposed, and that he does plan on moving against Cormyr soon. What exact shape that will take, however, he isn't sure.
Slightly disappointed in that. A dragon that dragons should not serve, you will say. And a dragon that is content to serve is a sad sight.
I'm sure that, as far as I know, Black Dragons, he intends to pretend to serve and then eventually do what apparently Black Dragons think other Black Dragons do, which is backstab whoever they agreed to serve. I don't entirely understand why. I don't understand.
Nicholas Black has to that information sort of a look of one eye bigger than the other skepticism.
Yeah.
As he seems that seems like entirely illogical behavior for functioning orderly society. And then he sort of shakes his head and says, "Well, he had heard rumors of how these black dragons work. No wonder that Cormyr is still ruled by humans."
Exactly.
Well, perhaps in time, should some order come to the region from some end, we could expand our pact to whoever might lead it. I do like continuous borders.
That remains to be seen. With the expanding power of the shadow to the north, the borders are mutable because the nations are fading.
Where would you draw the line, then? Is it at the edge of the mountains? Should the shadow continue to spread south, it might become a concern for all of us.
She says, I have faced it directly in Nathlek City, and I intend to continue to oppose it. I just, for the time being, can't throw the entire enclave at it. It's too spread. Looks at Valignith.
Could you repeat what you just said?
Basically, he says, say that the shadow takes Cormyr. If this dragon succeeds, that could become a problem for all of us. Where would you take a stand?
Yeah, how far would the shadow have to spread south before Valignith decides enough? Where's the border?
I don't know exactly. I would say that as soon as it touches the southern shores of the Lake of Dragons, I would be upset about it. If Sevrius were to associate with Shah in some capacity that seems appropriate for a dragon of his status, then I would not necessarily have an inherent problem with him. He too would be effectively ruling what might be equivalent to a nation, although it would be a strange one indeed, and I think I could accept that. Of course, I'll have to see it when I see it.
I am not on the forefront of their expansion. They seem to have done it mostly along lines. Their tactic seems to be to infiltrate some local government beyond their own borders, assimilate it, and then conquer whichever nation is between their newly assimilated territory and their old. In this case, Nathalek would have been integrated, then the Dragon Coast would have been consumed, and then Cormyr. Two fronts. Since they failed, it seems we've stalled them for now, though I'm sure, given time, the Shadow will attempt to expand as it has done forever. I believe there's no reason to think they would stop. Cover the whole world.
I don't see a peaceful cooperation with the Land of Shadows for sure, although I can't see the future. I would want to act against it, yes, but it is again a question of priorities and resources. I don't intend to act on maybes.
Well, know that if the time comes that it threatens any of our realms, I will want to stand with you. If you should fall, I am sure that Termish would be next.
That is good to hear.
There is no doubt the Shadow will not stop on its own. And that is why it is good, and she looks at Velignith, that Cormyr is fighting it up north. If Cormyr falls, there will be more effort, as the Shadow will not be stopped by it.
You're talking to me as if I don't know that.
I am talking to you as if you don't know that.
I'm very well aware of that fact, Emissary.
She snorts. Good.
I certainly have no interest in going north to face the cities near the Shadow Sea. So, shakes his head.
She says, it's a matter of distance for the Enclave. And, while air travel is not an issue for a number of my lessers, the sea right now is... She waves a claw. Complicated.
It's clear that the idea of actually how do you defeat the Shadowvar at this point? I mean, the territory is so vast, you know. It's
Their
something
territory is
that
so
he's been
vast.
considering. There's a little bit of like a territory envy.
And for us, it's, anyone who can fly doesn't have a problem, but if you have to travel by sea, you have to go through either Aberrant-infested waters or Umberley. Or maybe the Black Fleet of Flay, say, projecting its influence too. Like, all of those things. Not great.
Yeah. Beyond that, the Akanul, Aklarond, and Fesk alliance is also opposed to his rulership of Termish. Because Termish used to be a member until he took over. And so he doesn't have a lot of friends around here.
Right.
And this, alongside the threat, he said that the Shadowvar has a tendency to infiltrate nations that are isolated and then take them over to spread out from there. Maybe Termish could become a target for that sort of expansion. Imagining as he would if he was the Shadowvar, it might be one of the targets he would go for, which does not give him a lot of, he's looking for assurances, right?
Right.
Well, one, appearances of cohesion and strength, but also just...
So when he goes home and sleeps at night and thinks about the shadow entities that faded into the Ostron Mountains, and he can't be perfectly certain they disappeared under the mountains.
Yeah.
Great. Can infect him with some Black Dragon paranoia.
That said, he will certainly, again, reinforce that, one, he loves this idea of trade. It's going to be great. Earn everyone a bunch of money. Two, just worried about the Shadow. And, he doesn't like it.
Yeah. Missouri Leader Theer will, debate that one, the trade is a whatever to her. She's willing to foster it, do her part, and two, the shadow was also a concern to her.
Yeah, and then if anything happens with this pillar shows up again, then they'll need to talk about what to do about it, because he isn't sure what to do about that.
Absolutely.
It really is not in his wheelhouse. Technically he's a desert dragon, so.
With that in mind, then, if his minions or lessers come across anyone who's psionically gifted, package them up and send them her way, because she can mold them into folks who can do something about the Iron Pillar.
One thing they do have a lot of in Termish is people. High populations.
Yeah.
I mean, he can tell his people to look through if he can find anyone.
Yeah. Since it is a threat which both of them are concerned about. Great.
Beyond that, he will thank Benignith for allowing him to host this meeting at the Dragon Fane. Lovely as always. It accommodates him well, and it is a delight to speak to others of my kind who can show the sort of civility that I would hope will dominate our future.
This place is certainly meant to be a place where meetings like this can happen.
Him thank for it, and just request being kept in mind if there is a need for anything. Yes, he wants this relationship between him and two of you rulers to be strong and fruitful. He's willing to do what it takes to get there.
Our big brother.
Well, that he will.
Imagine him leaving as the three of us are on, the plateau of the Dragon Fane. Anglospark lifts up the heavy bulk and flies off.
It was not fair that another dragon gets to have an orb of storms.
I know, right?
He's the storm dragon. Really would be better. What are you gonna do? He's not gonna go fight him for it, so he clearly can't want it that bad. Though he's kind of tempted, honestly. If the Sebrius is gonna aid the shadow, taking him out would be kind of delightful.
Yeah. Exchange for getting the Orb of Storms. Now there, yeah.
There's something there, but also kind of far away from him.
Yeah, far.
Not gonna spearhead that right now. Gonna set up trade agreements and discuss prices of porcelain and silk.
As Anglospark's body fades over the horizon, Missouri Leader Theer, still looking that way, says, "He reminds me of Tilraxos."
Suppose he does.
Are all blue dragons that way, you wonder? This desire to organize and build nations and that arrange trade? Tilraxos did care so deeply about the dwarves and a way through the Underdark.
All of our kind are driven towards different directions, similar for each kind, obviously. I'm very well aware of the direction that I'm pushed towards. I expect I know what black dragons are like, considering they are definitely the kind of interacted with the most. I suppose the desire to enforce your order on something is what entices blue dragons.
Do you
right.
Go
Sorry,
on.
Go ahead, you.
Do you ever miss him?
Tilraxos?
Yes.
I suppose I would enjoy going out to investigate whether he could be freed, but that might still be beyond us. If it's even possible. I wouldn't know where to start. We have enough other issues.
And yet we are dependent on his continued survival. Somehow in that fairy court. As well as that of Veristrix. Somewhere inaccessible to us in the Underdark.
We are. It's a fact we have to consider for sure. But not necessarily something we can change. So I usually tend to avoid paying too much attention to it. There are enough problems.
I killed a thing recently, which reminded me of Veristrix. It was in Akenul. I was visiting for news about the Iron Pillar, and to look for recruits in teaching the Enclave how to face the Far Realm. A twisted dragon, something perhaps that Veristrix may have become after receiving the Spellscar. Perhaps something he has become.
Met with a similar creature some years ago, although only briefly. We had a bit of a talk, then went our own ways.
She looks away from the horizon at that point of Velignith.
It turns out that the Death King down below has enemies, and those enemies of yours.
She snorts. I meant what I said, not because about sending the Enclave over to assist. Not that I give a damn about the trade or the road or his civilization or yours for that matter, but that stone giant down there is an unnatural thing, and she ponders her words to look at Velignith. I do believe now I'm capable of effectively assisting with that. And I believe we are now capable of effectively resolving it.
Then it should be resolved. It is something that has been a problem for many years, a problem that is slowly but surely escalating. Even if her cicatrix, with her efforts, is successful, it doesn't change the fact that this Death King, this creature, is messing with us personally.
She looks around the plateau. Can it hear us right now, Velignith?
Most definitely. Whether it's listening is another question.
She says. Very well. Yaffel's current form will die soon. You feel that as well, yes?
When it happens, it'll happen.
Have you given any... She does this thing that Velignith will recognize. It's she pauses and she tries to rephrase and restructure a sentence. You know, it is natural for dragons to consume other dragons. We would have done it ourselves if it were not for Basarek and his imps.
There's a big difference between fighting a rival and forcing your will upon a rival and I can't quite put it into words. You know me, I'm working off things that can't be quite articulated. Instincts, although more than that. What you're doing is taking what Yeffel is doing to us and simply redirecting the problem rather than solving it. There's another consideration. If there is such a large benefit between cannibalizing our own kind, then we need to be enforcing our will on those lesser than us, not on each other, while we are not in the place we should be.
Any dragon I can defeat and subject to my will is lesser than me, yes?
Not in the sense that I'm talking about.
Hmm.
You say that you're fighting for the natural order of things. Well, so am I, although we're talking about very different things.
She says, first and foremost, I care about my freedom. Everything else is secondary to that.
It's why I agreed to it in the first place. I knew you weren't doing it simply to gain more power, but rather to not lose your freedom, so to speak. I still don't agree with it.
She says, the method of doing so came from that book, that tome, The Cult of the Dragon. If it violated the Dark Lady's ideas in any way, would it be allowed to exist, given what it represents?
You're not going to change my instincts, my intuition with arguments.
She says, and here I thought I could have a theological discussion with you, she says jokingly. Her eyes lighting up. It's humorous to like for her to try and drag like Valignant into like what Tiamat's will would represent.
Besides that book and the will of the Cult of the Dragon, the Cult of the Dragon was very insistent on offering true immortality to any dragon in the form of undeath. Do you think that's natural? That's accepted? That's even supported by the Dark Lady? Perhaps it's tolerated, but it's hardly the way things should be.
I believe that she would first and foremost care about her freedom and whatever it took. And at that point, she lifts a claw and points it at Valignant and says, Yaffel's current reincarnation will die this year or the next or the year after that. I do not want you subdued during that time and incapacitated. I do not know the full effects of what will happen to me after that, but I know what it's like to not have gone through Yenka's ritual. We have so many other things to take care of. I do not want to lose you for all of that time.
I think Niv looks off into the distance, frowning, as far as dragons can, anyways.
Yeah.
As he says, I don't enjoy the thought of being taken out of the fight for so many years. But what I'm working towards is it'll live longer than I will ever do. And whatever I do now, whatever principles, whatever compromises I set for myself now will inevitably bleed into that future, whatever it may be. I'm going to act the way I think is right and not question my instincts screaming at me not to do something when I know that what I want to do and the things that I don't want to do define what I am. It's difficult to put into words again, but while your logic obviously is flawless, I don't want to do it. If, of course, you can find another way to somehow redirect the effects of that stupid ritual, then I will listen, but the method we used on you will never be used again. At least not on an unwilling victim.
These are Legiothere says, I saw how Recicatrix looked at me. Have you had a conversation with her involving this? Because I know she knew the difference. And she may not accept you and your reasoning like I would, because I know you so well.
Here's the thing, though. I don't care whether you accept my reasoning or whether the Cicatrix accepts my reasoning.
You will need to, Valignith, because what Recicatrix may do to reclaim what she has lost can be destructive to us all. If you tell that older dragon, who held the power until Yaffle snatched it, no. Yinka is not you.
I understand. I understand your reasoning perfectly fine. It makes sense. But I don't often make sense, if that makes sense.
Valignith. She looks up beseechingly at the heavens, hoping that someone else would come down to talk to Valignith. But she knows it's not the case. She's been talking to Valignith for so long. Says, Valignith, we all make sacrifices. We are forced to by our condition, and it has been my greatest sacrifice, the one I occasionally enjoy, to be the one to converse with you thus. Particularly now that Tilraxos and Veristrix are gone, and it is you and I here together. We need each other for survival. Still looking up at the sky. And yet at times I am rendered absolutely powerless by what you say to me. It's my curse.
Your
Please.
words would mean more to me if your gestures of friendship wouldn't be as easily confused with admittance of guilt.
She looks down from the sky. Guilt.
I found a possession back in my care rather recently that I used to be very fond of. And while I'm sure you thought the gesture one of reconciliation, I just saw in it the admittance of you having kept a secret for so many years. Now, everything you say, I wonder, what are your true intentions? And I don't want to think that, because I do believe that your words are true and to the point, but it doesn't help that I know that you've done that so often, so long, without any hint about it. And I'm glad that that particular topic at least is over, but it's hard to look past it. I'm getting off topic, I think.
Visor Allegiance here considers bluffing, decides against it, chooses the next path of just like moving past the target. It says, "We are united together in survival. Whether we are, like, we don't spend our time together, but I must care for your well-being, as you must care for mine. If your instinct tells you otherwise, then your instinct is wrong."
I'll consider your words.
We have to survive, you and I. I pulled you from the broken cage after exploded from the hierarchy's mountaintop and nursed you back to health. I would do the same for Tyraxus of Veristrix if there were somewhere I could reach. I don't want to spend the rest of my life with you, but I don't want to spend all of eternity in hell with you.
I understand.
I'm not sure you do, since you keep telling me you can recognize the logic in my words, and yet still find a way to disagree.
Let's put it this way then. I understand your perspective. I suppose you just don't understand mine.
She says, "It is my eternal duty to convince you, occasionally, of your wrongness. For we need each other. No other dragon, no other entity on this plane can do for you what I have and I will. Not because I want to, because I have to. And I will continue in that path, not because I want to, but because I have to. Don't trust me. Trust the pacts Yaffle and Hell made for that. You will follow your instinct into losing all of our freedom for eternity."
Perhaps with that, the positions have been made clear. Is Willigwith considering, like, if he could find another way, or is that merely like you could try to look for another way, basically, to occupy your time?
I think it's a bit of both. I continue to, or I guess Villeneuve continues to really not enjoy the implications of, just this once, or just because we're affected by this ritual. Just the fact that this sort of ritual exists. If it were to become a thing we just do, it's going to escalate. It's going to get known. It's going to get populated, probably, at least in this worst case scenario. And that's going to be bad for everyone involved. For every dragon involved, anyways.
And Emmy's early does not fathom that. Instead, she fathoms that even Tiamat would do whatever it took. That how can the champion of Tiamat look at a way to sustain himself, to actually do her will, and say, "Nah, fam, I won't make that sacrifice. Fuck you, Tiamat," in this one instance.
If it were Tiamat's will, however, then he would already be feeling as if that was the right thing to do. He is a dragon.
No, he's juxtaposing, like, he's just assuming that, like, they're in complete lockstep with that.
Yeah, he has always assumed that his instincts are telling him exactly what Tiamat would want him to do.
And clearly his instincts were proven, like, his instincts are not always correct, but he's just not realizing that in his hubris.
Yeah, could very well be. I'm not saying he's objectively right, but this is something that I think he'll stick to.
I'm cool with that for like role playing reasons. It's certainly like he is unwilling to like sacrifice a principle on that front, and that shows like a dedication that you can see like throughout like role playing wise. What I am very curious in, and what we ended up not getting this session, but I expect to before Yaffle's current incarnation kicks a bucket, is how Resicatrix is going to treat this conversation with Malignith.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, there's the Book of the Dragon is a tome again made by Sandmaster the Bad as a collection of rituals made to be the foundation of the cult of the dragon, primarily for the purpose of turning dragons into Dracoliches. Be the foundation for the new world they hope to create. And all sorts of Zen Masters sonic rituals. They're all as effective as they are terrible. Yeah. Well, we certainly filled out the time, got things done. You're able to have to watch the session. Maybe not. If nothing else, guys, I think it is time for us to end here. Next time we'll pick back up and maybe get into some of what actions have been actually out doing.
Yeah, same year. Practically no time's passed. Woo!
Yeah.
Some things they's got to get to. Given what's
No.
they've been prodded and they're confused as to why.
They'll ask the adventurers that have taken over the Black Network for answer. What could it mean? Find out next week. That's right. Malignith and Thayer are working together.
This time for real. What? How did that happen?
They're both fighting the Abbot.
It all makes sense now.
Well,
bye, everyone. Malignith and his 38 armor class.
With that, we are. Good night.